liars at the levers.
On the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
Like magicians, they use the art of redirection to keep us distracted, as they trick us. Nearly every war we have fought was initiated by their propaganda.
Iraq's weapons of mass destruction are controlled by a murderous tyrant.
As their empire of lies is collapsing, they are becoming increasingly desperate and dangerous.
Russia, China, and Iran have announced the three nations are seeking to strengthen ties.
The alliance that's been formed should chill us all to the bone.
Their reckless war games have united a deadly alliance. Everything we have fought for, everything we've earned, and everything we love is under attack.
Terror suspects at the southern border since the beginning.
At what point do we say, enough is enough? Now is the time for the American people to wake up and rise up. A rebel alliance is forming in the name of liberty and life. People of every color, culture, creed, and ideology are putting politics aside to secure the 8 pillars of peace and freedom. End the weaponization of science and medicine.
If there is risk, there must be choice.
Cease the expansion of surveillance and propaganda.
They are killing us with censorship and propaganda.
Stop central bank digital currencies.
That will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Prevent political abuse of our judicial system.
What we are demanding is, in fact, the restoration of the rule of law.
Secure our national borders.
I'm tired of the United States doing nothing to protect the American people.
Protect our children.
To defend our children and to save an entire generation.
Restore critical thinking in education.
I think that the time for change is now, and enough is enough.
And above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger than anything that divides us.
We're a country of love. We're a country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based is under simultaneous threat. We must defend the West.
2020 is the code for healthy vision. It is also the year we were given the eyes to see.
The great Oz has spoken.
Today, the curtain has been pulled back to reveal the liars at the levers.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
They are masters of deception, hell-bent to divide and conquer.
Some radicals on the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
Like magicians, they use the art of redirection to keep us distracted, as they trick us. Nearly every war we have fought was initiated by their propaganda.
Iraq's weapons of mass destruction are controlled by a murderous tyrant.
As their empire of lies is collapsing, they are becoming increasingly desperate and dangerous.
Russia, China, and Iran have announced the three nations are seeking to strengthen ties.
The alliance that's been formed should chill us all to the bone.
Their reckless war games have united a deadly alliance. Everything we have fought for, everything we've earned, and everything we love is under attack.
Terror suspects at the southern border since the beginning.
At what point do we say, enough is enough? Now is the time for the American people to wake up and rise up. A rebel alliance is forming in the name of liberty and life. People of every color, culture, creed, and ideology are putting politics aside to secure the 8 pillars of peace and freedom. End the weaponization of science and medicine.
If there is risk, there must be choice.
Cease the expansion of surveillance and propaganda.
They are killing us with censorship and propaganda.
Stop central bank digital currencies.
That will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Prevent political abuse of our judicial system.
What we are demanding is, in fact, the restoration of the rule of law.
Secure our national borders.
I'm tired of the United States doing nothing to protect the American people.
Protect our children.
To defend our children and to save an entire generation.
Restore critical thinking in education.
I think that the time for change is now, and enough is enough.
And above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger than anything that divides us.
We're a country of love. We're a country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based is under simultaneous threat. We must defend the West.
All right. Hey. All right, that's great. That's okay. I don't need no stinking bulletproof glass because I'm a midget. All right. It's great to see such a wonderful sea of people out here. A great mix of people. Medical freedom fighters. Champions of free speech. MAGA people, make America healthy again people. It's great to see Joe Biden walking by in his pajamas. And of course, also mingling amongst us in the crowd today, FBI agents dressed up as white supremacist, neo-Nazi, Trump-voting anti-vaxxers. Always great to have you here, gentlemen. Wearing the same khaki pants. The anniversary of January 6th is fast approaching. January 6th is, as Kamala Harris and the Democrats called it, the worst attack on our democracy since 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, or as any rational observer might refer to it, January 6th, the FBI guided tour and costume party at the Capitol building. Now, the woke Democrats want to attack us, confuse us, call us systematically racist because of the color of our skin, flood our cities with migrants to drain our resources, and try to bully us into repeating robotically repeated phrases like trans women are women. You can call yourself a trans woman all you want. It doesn't matter, because when you turn 50, someone is still going to have to check your prostate. 50-year-old trans woman, you're still going to get the finger. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Do you remember how awful those gay conversion therapy sessions were? Bad, right? Trying to talk someone out of being gay. Well, do you know what's way worse? Cutting off the breasts of young girls and mutilating young boys and poisoning them with castration puberty blockers This is being embraced by the LGBTQ plus community. Now, in our society, 14-year-old girls aren't allowed to drive, vote, get a tattoo, buy a gun, see an R-rated movie, or join the army because they aren't mature enough to make decisions like those. Yet in democratic states, they can choose to make decisions that can make them permanently infertile. In America, you can't even rent a car until you're 25 years old. What does Avis, Hertz, Alamo, and Enterprise know that the Democrats and the medical establishment seem so ignorant about? Now, whether Republican or Democrat wins this November, it'll mean nothing if we don't get Americans healthy again. But I must admit, if you're going to be fat in America. Because in America, no matter how fat you are, you can always feel good about yourself. Because in America, if you're fat, all you have to do is wait 4 minutes, 5 tops, before you see somebody that's way fatter than you are. It's like, man, I feel terrible, but look at that piece of crap. How is that even standing? We are here today because we love our country and we see it sliding into perilous waters where the hurricane of tyranny threatens to drown our cherished liberties, where in a country that, in its current system of elections, only allows 2 political parties, and one of those parties, the Democratic Party, has disguised itself as the party of the people, as the party of decency and truth, of protecting democracy, of peace, of being the savior of women's rights, of being the party of the worker. Nothing could be further from the truth. Democrats are no longer the party of the people. They no longer represent the working class. They represent the moneyed class, the new aristocracy, the expert class with the 3 letters next to their names, PhD. They collude with tech companies and use censorship to silence those that dare disagree with the authoritarian policies. They use lawfare to attack and imprison their political enemies. They close small businesses, churches, while they leave open big businesses, liquor stores, and strip clubs, which I'm grateful for. They fire soldiers, frontline doctors, and nurses for refusing to take a universal gene therapy. And they no longer use the term my body, my choice, do they? Because it isn't. They consider it your body is their choice. They allow 10 to 20 million people to illegally cross over our border, bus and fly them to places where nobody in those communities voted for them to come. Instead of protecting women, they allow narcissistic men to invade their safe spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, prisons. They deplete our nation's treasure by continuing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on forever wars that push the world closer to World War III. It's the closest to World War III since John F. Kennedy was president. The average American now has to choose between buying groceries or buying gas. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do not believe that free speech is our most basic right guaranteed under our First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, our Bill of Rights. They mistakenly call free speech a privilege. They are in error. To quote my friend Andrew Doyle, free speech is the marrow of democracy. Without it, no other liberties exist. It is detested by tyrants because it empowers their captive subjects. It is mistrusted by Puritans because it is the wellspring of subversion. Unless we are able to speak our minds, we cannot innovate or even begin to make sense of the world. It is important that we reach out to people beyond our political affiliation to save our country. It is not about party. It is about nation. And I will leave you with this story. For people who want to divide us into Democrat and Republican, it's one snake with two heads. Now, all you need to know about America and the character of America is when you see disasters like just happened this week in Florida. During the floods, when people are standing on top of their roofs to be rescued, and the people in boats are coming by to rescue those people standing on the roofs. Here's what the people in the boats are not saying. Are you a Democrat or Republican up there? A Republican? Oh, a Democrat. Well, this is a Republican boat. Yeah, the Democrat boat should be coming pretty quickly. Good luck with that. It's a kayak. It's better for the environment. All right, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this going now. I'm honored to be with you. Now, let us welcome to the stage a first responder, Steve Slepcevic. He is CEO of SRP 24 and Sabre Security. 35 years of responding to some of America's greatest disasters. As a matter of fact, he just got back this morning from Florida, where his first responders and security teams are working tirelessly to help those in need and keeping us here safe today. Please welcome Steve Slepcevic.
Oh, it is so good to see all you beautiful, fearless, loving patriots standing in the rain. While millions are watching online, we're making history here today. Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? D.C. Great show to keep people from coming here. This is our capital. This is our land. My name is Steve Slepcevic, and it's a great honor for me to stand here beside you today. Each of you is not just a spectator. You're a defender that has taken a committed stand for something much greater than ourselves. Today we gather to ignite a fire of unity and rescuing our republic, to secure a brighter future for our children, to restore our land, our food, and our values that made this country a beacon of light and freedom in a very dark world. Before we begin, I want to draw your attention to the distant perimeter. Out there, you will hear a powerful sound of pipes and drums that are going to be cutting through the air as they move their way towards the stage. I'll tell you a little bit about what this represents. These are the firefighters from every corner of our great republic. Some have come from the streets of Los Angeles, other from the city that never sleeps, New York. From Kentucky to North Carolina, from Florida to Maryland, and yes, some from right here in our nation's capital. They've traveled here at their own expense, but more importantly, they're here to remind us of something we seem to have forgotten. The power of standing together in unity for freedom. Among these ranks, firefighters, doctors, parents, advocates, and many Americans who've lost almost everything. Careers, medical licenses, life savings, friends and family, because they refused to submit to mandates that violated their principles and their bodily autonomy. Some even carrying the flag that were pressured into taking a failed government experiment that has left them severely injured, forced into medical retirement. They are you. These courageous men and women stood on the front lines during the pandemic, risking their lives to save others, and yet were cast aside when they defended their freedoms. Folks, silence is compliance. They were not silent, and they never will be. They continue to fight, standing before you as living testaments to the resilience and an unbreakable spirit. To those among us who serve as firefighters, paramedics, doctors, nurses, law enforcement, military, and our amazing veterans, please raise your hands and be recognized. Let's see. You've stood in the gap for us. You've put your lives on the line to protect the American people every hour of every day. And a new day may be coming that we're going to count on each and every one of you to tune in and listen to your Holy Spirit that's within you. You are the reason we sleep peacefully at night. And for that, we thank you. Let us give these bravest of souls the deepest appreciation they deserve. As these firefighters make their way to the stage, I want to draw your attention to two American flags they carry with them. The larger 25-foot flag brought here by New York firefighters tells a powerful story, a story of courage in the face of tyranny. During the mandates, these firefighters from FDNY, a group called Bravest for Choice, led thousands of Americans across the Brooklyn Bridge in peaceful protest against political overreach. Their actions sparked a movement, one that rose from the ashes of despair and ignited hope for millions. Meanwhile, across the country in Los Angeles, another powerful group called Firefighters for Freedom stood against the same forces, locking arms, fighting for their right to serve without having their freedom stripped away. From the West Coast to the East Coast, from the North to the South, joining forces in our nation's capital, alongside an amazing group of frontline doctors that represent thousands of doctors and nurses around the world who took an oath to do no harm. And simply say enough is enough. Please welcome these amazing doctors. Asim Malhotra, Marka Webby, Ryan Cole, Renato Rennie Moon, Robert Malone, Pierre Corey, Kimberly Biss, Craig Wax, and John Witcher. These are your heroes right here. These are your doctors that weren't afraid to speak out and would not be silenced. I'm going to bring your attention back towards the firefighters this moment. The massive flag you see before you has flown over many battles for liberty. Today it resembles and symbolizes the reason we are gathered here to rescue our republic. Each of us, no matter how small our actions may seem, creates a ripple that builds into a wave of change. Today we are that tsunami, moving as one heartbeat, one breath. Now there's a second flag, smaller but no less significant. It bears the signature of every firefighter who's traveled here today. Leading this flag is a fire axe, a custom piece dedicated to the memory of fallen Fire Chief Corey Compatero of Pennsylvania. Chief Compatero gave his life protecting his family during the failed assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, 2024. Today we honor him not just as a fire chief, but as a father, a brother, a son, and a true patriot who laid down his life for this country. This flag, along with the memorial axe, will soon be presented to his family, and we are privileged to witness the first steps of this solemn journey here today. Patriots, our republic is under attack, but not from external enemies. The greatest dangers lie within, by those who seek to divide us, control us, and silence us. We are one. We are God's children. Make no mistake, this republic was forged in the fires of defiance, and today we stand as heirs to that legacy. We will not surrender. We will not back down. we are rising up using our voices to speak truth and do good in the world. Just as these brave firefighters stood together, we are taking a stand to restore our nation to its founding principles. One nation, under God, with liberty, indivisible, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If not now, when? If not here, where? If not us, who? Now's the time to act, not tomorrow, not next week, today. Each of you carries a spiritual flame within you all to remember. You are that powerful flame that lights the way for others. That flame is power, truth, love, divine wisdom, and compassion. Together we are a firestorm of freedom that no government, no tyrant, no global force of evil can extinguish. It is time to step into the unknown, trusting the process, because God's leading this army. We are the 8 billion united. They are but a few thousand. If you're committed to declaring your independence and ready to move forward and rescue our republic, please signify your commitment by simply standing, raising your hands, and let your voices be heard. That's America. We are the 8 billion. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. At this moment, I would like to take a moment of silence for Fire Chief Corey Competer. Uime Otsa, uime Sina, I Svetoga Duha. Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem, please welcome Caitlin Curtis and Deepak.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. On the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bombs bursting
christen this historic moment in prayer. Please welcome Bishop Carlos Mendez.
Well, all of you that are standing here today are going to go to heaven. Because we're standing up for God and we're standing up for country. And we want to rescue this nation. How many think the United States of America is worth it? God bless America. Let's say it together. God bless America. Lord, we remember the story of the Great Wall of China. Built to protect the nation, yet it wasn't the walls that failed, but the hearts of the guards that were bribed into bringing illegals into their country. We ask you that you guard us from those leaders who have betrayed our country. Help us to stand on truth, that we may always stand firm in righteousness. We confess, Lord, that the labor without you cannot prosper, and any effort without you will surely fail. If it's your will, we will continue to fight and rescue this republic. Guide our steps, Father, and let every plan of the enemy be destroyed in Jesus' name. Father, we remember the words that your Son said, apart from me, you can do nothing. We acknowledge this truth and invite you to be the center of all that we do. May this republic not rely on our own understanding, but on divine wisdom and guidance. We pray for unity among all Americans, for healing where there is division, and for peace where there is conflict. I ask you, Lord, for our veterans, past and present, that you will help them. Help us, Lord, with our homeless crisis that was created by this administration, the fentanyl that's rampant in our cities. Father, we remember the words that you said, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present it to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. We choose to lay down our anxieties and trust. You guide us through every challenge. We lift up this prayer. Rescue the republic, trusting in your power, sovereignty. May you continue to bless and guide the United States of America. And may we as people always seek your face and follow your ways. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop. I've never met a bishop. That was quite an honor. Academia, as we know now, has been captured. They are no longer teaching our young adults how to think critically. They're simply churning out advocates for a partisan ideology that is illiberal. If you have kids in college at this point, take them out. Take the money that you were going to spend on their education and buy stupid shit. And when they come home because their credit cards no longer work, you say, Dad, what is that speedboat? You tell them that is your third year at Harvard. Now, coming to the stage now, an academic who they tried to cancel, but unfortunately for the woke, which is nothing more than Marxism dressed up as manners, this man could not be canceled. He's a man whose wit, he is a man whose wit, intellectual brilliance, courage, and most importantly, his love of country would not allow him to be canceled. He is a champion of freedom. Please welcome the sexiest biologist alive, Bret Weinstein!
Wow. Holy moly. All right. If it's okay with you guys, I'm going to claim I had the crowd on its feet from the beginning. So, the time has arrived. Welcome to Rescue the Republic. Over the course of the next 6 hours or so, you're going to hear from some of the clearest minds on Earth, brilliant thinkers, clever comics, and insightful musicians. But the attributes that unite us in this historic time and place live not in the mind, but in the heart. What has caused us to converge is a powerful force, a product that blooms when courage and love are combined. Courage and love are potent forces in their own right, of course, but neither on its own is sufficient to put you on this stage or in this crowd. A person can have courage and confront danger with no higher purpose in mind, and a person can love something and, paralyzed by fear, watch it perish before their eyes. When courage and love come together, however, when people face their fears for something they truly love, the force they become shapes history for the better, and that is what fuels our rescue mission. This is not a political exercise. We are nonpartisan and brought together across ideological lines to right the ship of state and put her back on course toward an objective spelled out but not fully achieved by the American founders. Patriotism is what brings us together in this moment of profound peril. Patriotism. Though I suspect some watching from afar will find my use of the term in 2024 bizarre or even grotesque, it has become fashionable, especially amongst those born into privilege, to regard patriotism as unenlightened, primal, and dangerous. But their educations have failed them. In a state of selfish confusion, they mistake nationalism for patriotism and toss the precious baby out with the dirty bathwater. President Kennedy, though he mentioned neither term, drew the distinction between nationalism and patriotism perfectly, not quite 64 years ago and not quite 3,000 meters directly to our east. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country, Kennedy instructed 2 years before his untimely death. Some will ask why it takes courage or love to deliver or witness a speech here in the shadow of the Washington Monument. Obviously, it shouldn't. But I doubt there are many here today who did not seriously consider whether they were putting their freedom or perhaps even their lives in danger. And as we planned the event, many people shared their concerns. I've lost count of the number of times I was warned not to do it by someone who then wished us luck. But the more I listened to people's trepidations, the simpler the calculus became. If millions of Americans are afraid to exercise their most fundamental right in their own capital, that implies the capital is held by a force that is hostile to the Republic and her people. Speech is our right and our duty. It is the alternative to violence, coercion, and tyranny. And whether the force that presently intimidates us is foreign, domestic, or some hybrid of the two, we are duty-bound to confront it, to peaceably assemble, to speak without hesitation about our grievances. I say the calculus is clear because the targeting of our civil liberties tells us where we are headed. If we don't stand up now, the slight relief we feel in the present will be replaced in short order by the suffering and horror experienced by those who face a historic atrocity. We must stare down this threat. We have no choice. We must speak out loud about our doubts and fears, as that old song would have it. Now, as long as we're on the topic of fears, let's confront one directly. If, as the event proceeds, you find yourself faced with someone displaying Nazi symbols, inciting violence or lawlessness, or you encounter a group of people dressed in paramilitary garb, those are assuredly federal agents. Thank them for their service and move on. Now, some of you are no doubt thinking there's something odd about a mission to rescue the Republic that includes many speakers from abroad. But this is actually a testament to the achievements of the founding generation. Our founding fathers almost accidentally invented the modern West. They did it because they had to balance the tensions between the various colonies in order to persuade them to confederate. The careful job that they did balancing the various concerns created a prototype for a world that was not rigged in anybody's direction. Obviously, they didn't complete the job. The Three-Fifths Compromise stands as a black mark on our record. But they did articulate the objective and create a process that, as long as the fundamentals are left intact, corrects itself over time. The founders innovated a system that was effectively a commitment to a level playing field, a complete departure from the world that preceded it, a world dominated by lineage against lineage conflict navigated by threats and force. Commitment to a level playing field, even if the objective remains distant, turns out to be lightning in a bottle, and the closer you get to that goal, the greater the returns. The world the West emerged from was dominated by considerations of race, ethnicity, and religion. Those parameters dominated the question of who you could collaborate with. Under such rules, people can only be so productive because the most potential collaborators are out of bounds. On a level playing field, where the entire society is bound by rules that favor no population over any other, productivity skyrockets. If everyone is free to collaborate across demographic lines, more wealth is created because more innovation happens and more productive work gets done. Teamwork is everything. The more choices you have when assembling your team, the greater the heights you can achieve. It is also true that it's simply a more meaningful and rewarding life when you abandon bigotry. It's like giving your entire civilization a massive raise in the currency of brotherhood. Now, am I saying that the United States is a level playing field? Of course not. And it was especially unfair to Black Americans and Native Americans from its inception. But I am saying that the founders envisioned a republic of free people based on the idea that all men were created equal, a nation in which the legitimacy of governance was based on the consent of the governed, and every person was entitled to equal protection under the law. I am also saying that we have moved rapidly in the direction of that vision over time and prospered mightily with every step we have taken toward it. And the obvious productivity and dynamism of our nation that aims to liberate individuals by distributing opportunity as evenly as possible is contagious. What succeeded in America caught on, and it spread across the world, because those who saw what it could do wished to duplicate that magic. People want to live in the West, no matter where they reside. The West is not a list of nations, it's not a geographic description, it's an ideal, the level playing field, and a set of agreements that point toward it. And therein lies the rub. The agreements are fragile. There is progress and backsliding in every society that has joined the experiment, and the West is, at this moment, in grave danger. Some force that wishes to rig the world has clearly taken hold and targeted these agreements everywhere they have been embraced. In societies with weak constitutions, civil liberties have already given way. In the United States, we have one of the strongest constitutions anywhere, and so our descent into tyranny is slower, but there is no time to lose. We have to regain control of our system and return to the founders' vision, or we will soon find the opportunity has slipped away. We must rescue the Republic to save the West. But why is this happening? How has the system of checks and balances that is supposed to protect us been compromised? The answer is to be found in biology. Our constitutional republic has become senile. The immunities it once had are gone, and it has lost sight of its purpose, all of which has opened it to capture by parasitic and predatory forces. That may seem like an extreme claim, but I believe this is much more than an analogy. Creatures get old because evolution has favored numerous characteristics that make them strong when they are young at almost any price, so long as it is delayed. So we grow old and die because all of the delayed costs eventually catch up to us. Unfortunately, civilizations have exactly the same defect, and those based on free markets in which leaders are elected are likely to be particularly susceptible. Politicians and profiteers benefit from thinking on short time horizons, and they generally lose when they think over too long a term. All of this short-term problem solving and kicking the cost can down the road has produced an inevitable crisis. The most powerful society the world has ever known is angry and hopelessly confused. It is, in short, demented. We are facing the destruction of the West, and we cannot afford to return to the dark world that would certainly replace it. So how does nature address senility? Beautifully. It has the perfect remedy at its disposal. As we begin to age, we produce offspring. Our kids learn that fraction of what we know that still has some use, and they abandon the rest. That pattern of never-ending renewal is the essence of what it means to be human. And at first, it leaves us little reason for hope with respect to the failure of the West, because the West is not a creature, and it cannot nurture a child. So what are we to do? When children absorb the content of their culture, it isn't just facts and skills. The most important things we pass between generations are myths, stories that are so powerfully important they are encoded in a special sacred layer. And in our case, the myth we need comes to us from the Greeks, the founders of the ancient West, the one from which the modern West ultimately emerged. It is the story of the phoenix, a mystical bird that instead of making chicks, lights its nest ablaze and raises anew from the ashes. Watching the modern West burn, I believe it is no accident that this story points us to a hidden solution, a remedy for which we just so happen to have the ingredients. One of our explicit purposes in this gathering was to galvanize the unity movement, bringing representatives together from across the global West. And if you will allow me to draw on another myth, I believe our mission will become clear. I call the thing that has captured our system Goliath. It is the force that prevents all meaningful change. In the biblical story, Goliath is a giant, a man, a large man, but a man all the same. In our time, Goliath, like everything else, has scaled way up. The force that wants us to be terrified, to exercise our First Amendment rights in our own capital, that's Goliath. Now look around you. Do you all see what I see? David has scaled up. We are David. We are mighty, and our time has come. Now let's put the two myths together. Goliath made a terrible strategic error. He is ungodly powerful, but he's dumb as a box of rocks. His error was this. He terrorized all the competent, courageous people and set about driving them from the institutions. Now they gather in a post-political unity movement and come to know their power. We have every single person you could possibly want on our side. We have all the courage, all the integrity, and all the know-how. The question is how to drive Goliath out and infuse all that talent and insight back into the system so it can be renewed. In 1787, Ben Franklin was asked if the Constitutional Convention had produced a monarchy or a republic, and Franklin famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." Today, David and the Unity Movement face a similar question. What we must deliver is a republic, if we can phoenix it. I have learned from decades of study of human nature that important concepts emerge independently again and again. And so, in closing, I ask you to think about the job we must do to phoenix our republic, the daunting obstacle in our path, Goliath, and the unity movement we bring to the battle, David. It is for such moments that the Hopi elders tell us we are the ones we've been waiting for.
We have to win because we got Brett on our side. And we have all you people. This is being broadcast all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is a very funny comedian. He's been on Gutfeld, Joe Rogan, and Kill Tony. He's currently on tour. Please welcome Tyler Fisher!
Hear me? One more time for Rob Schneider. Did you think anyone would be tinier than Rob Schneider? I look like if Rob Schneider and David Spade had a baby, don't I? I was going to say pretty much everything Brett said, so I'd second that. Look at this, would be a super spreader event 3 years ago. You guys would be going to jail. Look at this. Remember that? I'm going to start with some good news, okay? I just found out if you check your phones, but Joe Biden, which, by the way, is still sleeping, so let's keep the laughs to a minimum. He's right over there. He just announced he will be upping the secret security for Donald Trump, which I think is a good thing. Maybe a round of applause as something. I have the article right here. Joe Biden has vowed to give every Secret Service agent for Donald Trump at his rallies one beeper. Made in Israel, handmade, so it's something. It's not nothing. I was here for the Defeat the Mandate rally, lost my job. Yeah. Never thought that would happen. I got fired. I did not get the COVID vaccine, mostly because my pediatrician said I was too tiny. And I was just listening to I flew here. Guy had a mask on next to me. And I had flashbacks. So you remember flying during COVID? It was like being in a flying intensive care unit in the sky. Guy next to you's got 5 masks on, a face shield, a hazmat suit. Other guy on a ventilator staring at you. Then everybody taking everything off to eat peanuts for 45 minutes. Where are you flying to?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is peanut time. Everybody can take off their masks and their hats. As you know, when the Communist Chinese Party designed the virus in the lab, they made sure it does not attack the immune system when you're sitting down and shoving little nuts in your face.
I'd be sitting there 2 hours later licking one nut going. Unbelievable. Well, we got the election coming up. Quite a coalition that Donald Trump is building. Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is going to clean house. He might go too far. I think day one we're going to see him on TV.
Sir, I fired 99.9% of the government. Yeah. So it turns out you only need 3 people to run the government. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. I actually fired Donald Trump. So welcome AI Trump.
Who's next? I heard he's considering Ben Shapiro. Seriously. Secretary of Defense. That guy's good at protecting stuff. You can see him on CNN. My fellow Americans, we're at war with North Korea because apparently they got a hold of our nuclear codes. We are terrible at protecting our online data. That's why I use ExpressVPN. Go to expressvpn.com. Who watched the Oprah interview with Kamala? You got to look at Oprah's face. She very much looked burdened by what has not been and what will not be. If she wins, though, I'd like to see her in the UN, switching her accent for every country. We have India here. India, we are building back better. That's what we're doing. Donald Trump, very bad.
France, bonjour, les Français, yeah.
Even my Jews are here. It's good to be here. You know, I love the Jews. I'm a big fan of the Jews. I even like the Donald Trump supporters. I do. So we are building back better as Kamala or Mamala. I love the Trump people. I really do. I am going to close the border as Kamala Harris, day one. I am going to close the border. How's Biden doing, dude? Is he alive? I think Biden died 2 years ago. They're just doing the weekend at Bernie's. Like, wheel out the president's corpse. He's not speaking English. We have a president who cannot speak. I love watching Biden talk. He'll start out by yelling, and then he'll whisper, like, the most important part of the speech, inaudibly, and nobody stops him. It's like, look, folks, look, where am I going here? Look, we're building back better, not a joke. Not a joke, but first we're going to stop. We're going to stop systematic racism. Not joking around here. Where am I going? Not a joke. Then you got Trump. Trump does the polar opposite. Trump will kind of start out quiet and then scream at the end of the speech, right? So, look at this crowd here in Washington. Probably 1 billion people. They say could be 1 billion, right? Like, could be 1 trillion, maybe 1 trillion, right? But the Democrats, let me tell you something about the Democrats and the far left. They're rapists. They're murderers, right? We can't go backwards, man. We got a funny president. We can't. We're stuck. You can't have a hilarious guy and have somebody boring. And you got to go watch the speeches from old presidents. They were so boring. Back in the day, people glorify these. Every speech back in the day by an old president was like, we must go forwards, not backwards, upwards, not downwards. Everyone's like, oh, this is good shit. Yeah, wow. Then you cut to Trump today. He's like, Nancy Pelosi, what a fat bitch. Could I say that? Can I say it, right? You guys are amazing. Thanks for coming out today, huh? I'm going to bring up your next speaker. You guys ready for another speaker? This guy, I would say out of anybody in my life, has single-handedly changed the course of my life within 4 years. And if there's no better endorsement for following him, signing up to his academy, and listening to him very carefully. It's 4 years ago, I was unemployed. I got fired for not getting the COVID vaccine. This guy gave me the courage to speak the truth, to admit how I felt about it, to fight it, to give up half of my friends, to give up family. I got fired for the evil deed of being a straight white male from a acting management company, kicked out of Hollywood. I recorded the phone call, and I have a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. This guy gave me the courage. The woke DEI is destroying this country. And he is trying his very best. I think he's doing a great job trying to fix the university, which is broken and brainwashing and the result of a lot of the stuff you see today. Please check out the brand new Peterson Academy. Stand up straight with your shoulders back, and please welcome Jordan B. Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you all. Well, it's quite a sight to see all you arrayed against the monument back there. Yeah, well, thanks very much for coming. So I've got 20 minutes to explain to you what happened to your august institutions of higher learning. So you ready for that? All right, so I guess the first thing to understand is that there's actually something causing this, and it's not trivial. Some of it's malevolence and some of it's incompetence, but there's actually a philosophical issue at the base of it that isn't trivial. And I want to walk you through that a little bit because it's relevant to what we're doing here today. So I've accused the universities, let's say, broadly speaking, of falling into the hands of the postmodern neo-Marxists. And so I want to walk you through that because whether you know it or not, it deeply affects your life. So what's happened in the last 30 years, not least in the field of literary criticism, which I suspect isn't high on your list of priorities, but the thing is, it's crucially important, you see, because it turns out that we live by stories. In fact, what a story is, a story appears to be something like the description of the value structure through which we look at the world. And you know, people are very attracted to stories. We're trying to get our story straight here today. We're trying to get the story of the country and the West straight. Stories matter. And so it turns out that literary critics matter because they assess and analyze stories. And if they do that badly or in an ideologically biased manner, it turns out to matter far more than anybody might think. Now, the thing about the postmodernists, many of whom were French intellectuals, a particularly reprehensible breed of intellectual in my estimation, the thing about the French intellectuals is that they figured out that we see the world through a story, that was technically true. And that's a revolutionary idea. You know, the more scientific types, you know, you heard the doctrine, the dogma, follow the science. It's like science isn't something you follow. Science is a set of facts or a process for investigating facts. Science isn't something you follow. A story is something that you follow. A story is something that guides you. And so it matters that you know what a story is, that it's the structure that you inhabit, that organizes your psychology and unites us socially. It matters that you know that, and it also matters what the story is. Now, the postmodernists weren't reprehensible because they figured out that we lived in a story, that even scientists lived in a story. The postmodernists were reprehensible, and this was particularly true in the case of France, was because once they figured out that we lived in a story, which was a mystery, what story, what is the story, what should it be, they jumped to a premature conclusion. And the premature conclusion that they jumped to, being leftist intellectuals, was that the proclamation of the Marxists that the story we live by is one of power was true. So first they concluded that we lived in a story. Fair enough, that happens to be the case. Second, they concluded, without sufficient analysis, that the story that human beings live in is one of power. Now, this is a very pathological conclusion, but what we'll do first is give it its due. When individuals and societies become corrupt, their story becomes one of power. But that doesn't mean that the fundamental story is one of power. That's a completely different claim. Now, you can understand that if your relationship with yourself deteriorates, that you become a tyrant to yourself. And you can understand that if your marriage deteriorates, you become a tyrant to your husband or your wife. The same applies to your children and a family. The same might apply to your employees and your broader community. If you are walking off the straight and narrow path, you can become a tyrannical power monger. Okay, but and the Marxist criticism has always been something like that, you know, that the economic system is based on oppression, that the fundamental relationship between man and woman is one of oppressor and oppression, that the familial relationship between parents and children is best construed as a power dynamic, that the capitalist system itself is corrupt because it's tyrannical and predicated on, what would you say, patriarchal exploitation. You can explain the whole bloody world on the basis of power, but that's not a good thing to do if it's not the story that does run people who are aiming properly upward. And it's not the proper story at all if you understand that once you accept the doctrine that only power rules, that enables you to use nothing but power. You see, and that's another thing that happens with the Marxists and the radical types. Their claim is that there's no overarching, genuine narrative, genuine story that unites us. All there is power. And so, as soon as you accept that, you and I don't have a discussion. We don't have anything to talk about. I have a power claim, and you have a power claim, and all there is a battleground of those power claims. There's nothing outside of that. And that's, well, first of all, you can see how, if everyone accepted that claim, that the world would be hell very quickly. Because if there's nothing that governs your relationship with yourself, your relationship with your wife, or your children, your husband, but power, then there's no game but power, and there's no victory but the victory of power. Well, that's a terrible way to structure yourself psychologically. You're your own bloody tyrant, and it's a brutal way to structure your family and your community. But the question is, well, if it's not power that unites us, if it isn't the lens of power and oppression through which we see the world, what is the appropriate story? What's the real story? What's the true story? Is there a true story? Is there a transcendent story that unites us? Well, I would say that people have been wrestling with that issue since the dawn of time, trying to get our story straight. That's what all religious systems do, for example. And that's what all political systems do, secondarily. It's what all ideological systems do. And so that begs another very complex question is, like, how do we discriminate the pathological stories from the healthy stories, let's say, from the upward aiming stories? And this is a complicated matter. And so part of the reason the universities have become corrupted is because they noticed the truth of the claim that we live in stories and accepted far too quickly the claim that the only story that truly exists among human beings is one of power. But it's an attractive idea, and it's true when systems become corrupt. So there's something to the culture war that's deep, and that's why it's so pervasive. All right, so now what we're trying to do, for example, at a gathering like this, is to figure out, well, we feel, we understand, we sense, we intuit that the notion that it's only power that structures the relationship between people is wrong. Okay, so, well, what's the alternative? All right, so I'll give you a sense of what that alternative might be. All right, so, and I think it'll be understandable almost immediately. So, I've been studying the fundamental stories that have, what would you say, produced the soil on which this country grew, right? The stories of the Judeo-Christian tradition. And there's one insistence in that collection of stories, in the biblical narratives, for example, that the fundamental foundation of society is sacrifice. Okay, that's a lot different than power. In fact, it's the opposite claim. So what is meant by sacrifice? Well, work. Work. When you work, you sacrifice. Well, what are you sacrificing? You're sacrificing the pleasures of the moment for the well-being and stability and productivity of the people around you, your family, for example, your future self, and the broader community. It's a sacrificial gesture, right? It's the gesture that defines maturity and responsibility itself. The community is founded on sacrifice. Now, this is essentially true by definition. All you have to do is think it through. If it's all about you, which would mean no sacrifice was necessary, if it was all about your immediate whims, if it was all about your success in the domain of power, no sacrifice would be necessary, because you'd just be able to do exactly what you wanted whenever you wanted to do it. If it's about something beyond you, then sacrifice is immediately necessary. Well, so what does that show? It shows that sacrifice is genuinely the basis of community. You can get along with other people because it's not all about you right now. And so sacrifice is literally the basics of the community. And so then you might ask yourself, well, what's the highest possible form of sacrifice? And there's two classic answers to that. One is the sacrifice of a child. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that if you raise your children properly, you offer them up to the highest possible aim. Now, you know that because that's what you're trying to do when you teach your children to take turns, to be good to other people, to act reciprocally, to be courageous, to be what you're... And the other most fundamental form of sacrifice is the sacrifice of yourself. Obviously. And what does that mean? Well, you know what that means if you're a responsible and mature person. You know, one of the things my wife told me when she had children was that her first child in particular was a great relief that it wasn't about her anymore. Right? She really appreciated that someone now was more important than she was existentially. That she had something genuine and deep to serve, to sacrifice herself to. Sacrifice is the basis of community. Okay, we got that right in the West. Like the crucifixion itself is a symbol of ultimate sacrifice. Right, and okay, so the idea that sacrifice is the basis of community, that's a way different claim than the idea that power is the basis of the community. In fact, it's the opposite claim, is that the highest form of service that you can manage as an individual is the full expression of yourself in service to what's highest about what stabilizes the future, and it is what is beneficial to your family and the broader community. And I believe, and I think you can think about this even biologically, even scientifically, that your deepest instincts align with that. And they align with that in this manner, is that if you follow the pathway of maximum meaning and maximum adventure, it'll feel that way to you. That's the same pathway that expands you in a mature manner and aims you at the kind of sacrifice that makes you everything you could be and that stabilizes the community. And that's a great thing. And we don't know that. We don't exactly know that consciously in the West, but it's embedded in our underlying stories. And part of what's happening, I think, around the world and what's bringing people like you all together in a platform like this is that we're actually starting to understand this explicitly. And we need to, because our culture is torn apart by, particularly, let's say, by the claims of power. Is that it's all about power. It's like, no. It's all about voluntary sacrifice and the meaning that you can find in adventurous responsibility. And that's a very different story. Now, it's also, and I'll close with this, it's also the story that does something very interesting politically. And I also started to understand this more deeply because of my investigations into these underlying narratives. So imagine that you adopted the pathway of maximal responsibility in your life, right? A meaningful pathway of maximal responsibility. Now you start to act that out. Well, what does it mean? Well, first of all, it means you're going to take care of yourself like you matter. And then someone else doesn't have to do that. So you're off the dependency road, right? You're not a burden. You're not a burden to anyone else, including yourself. But then maybe you get good at it and you can also take care of your wife or your husband, you know, in a mutual relationship. And then you get better at that and you can take care of your kids and you're better at that. Now you can take care of people in the broader community that you're serving as an employer, for example, or as an employee. And then you can act politically. And so here's the ancient rule. The alternative to tyranny and slavery, which you can see developing in our culture as this power narrative plays out, is the maximal responsibility you take on yourself. And the reason for that is, if you do all the work, there's no place for the tyrant. There's nothing for them to do. So, right. So, you know, in the Old Testament stories, God himself tells the Israelites who want a king that they don't need one. That if they maintain the proper covenant with what's divine, let's say, if they aim themselves upward and take responsibility, there's no reason for a king. And the reason for that is that everyone serves as their own king. And your country knows this. You know, and you people, I believe, you're here today in part to express that. You know that there's a burden of responsibility that falls on you and the opportunity that goes along with that. And you feel that if you stood up straight properly and you took the responsibility of governance on yourself, which is what you're trying to do, for example, by being here, that the necessity for the tyrant and the corresponding inevitability of the slave would vanish. And I really do believe that that's the fundamental... I do believe that that's the fundamental promise of the free West, and more particularly that that's exemplified by your country. And so we're all attempting to remind ourselves once again of that, and to dispense with the presupposition that although we live in a story that it's one of power, it's not one of power. It's one of freedom and maximal voluntary responsibility. And on that you can build anything. So you remember when you walk away from this event that it's not what the problem is, precisely, that's the issue. It's what you specifically could and should do about the problem, in the realization that if you took that burden onto yourself, the burden of dealing with what bothers you, let's say politically, the burden of dealing with that directly, that you would also have the responsible adventure of your life, and you would fight against the forces of tyranny and slavery in the most possibly effective manner. And that's a much better story, psychologically and socially, a much better story than the one that insists on the dynamic of power. And so it's a story we can understand, and it's a story we can act out, and it's a story that'd be beneficial to us spiritually and in our families, in our community, and it's a story that we could spread widely and properly embody. And if everyone did that, then everyone would have the romantic adventure of their life, and we could take advantage, maximal advantage, of the outstanding field of opportunity itself to us, and which is still making itself manifest today. And so, onward, upward, maximum responsibility, no tyranny and slavery, and the proper story. Thank you very much.
Decide to build an online university.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah.
There is a crisis now in higher education. I experimented with putting my lectures online, and I thought, why not scale that? We find the best lectures in the world so that people can benefit from liberal arts style education, no matter their age or financial resources. I think it's funny, because I got canceled at the university, so I could try to return the favor.
All right. One more time for the great Jordan Peterson. You're probably wondering why we have the bulletproof glass and everybody's standing on this side. The bulletproof glass is to protect all of you from the speakers. Now, the Democratic Party and their illiberal elites have corrupted the American dream. The American dream used to be the hope to one day be able to own your own home. Now the dream is to be so rich that you are not affected by Democratic policies. If you are Oprah, the new corrupt American dream has come true. But for all of us, the dream has not come true. And that's why we need to bring the dream back and elect Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. The Democratic blue machine is not for anything. They're against everything. They are against any limits to abortion. And they're against Donald J. Trump and hoping, beyond hope, the blue monster hopes that you will hate Donald J. Trump more than you love your freedoms and more than you love your country. That hope will be extinguished November 5th. Because we love our country. Now, coming to the stage, his company is peakprosperity.com. He is an independent economist. Please welcome Chris Martenson.
If this is the punch bowl, I'm the guy with the turds, okay? So I have to talk about the financial industrial complex here. How many people here share the belief that I have that maybe our country's in a little bit of a financial predicament? Yeah. Who's heard of the Great Reset? Yeah, I love this crowd. I love this crowd. So here's where we're at. You know, about a year ago, Evie and I were at lunch, and we were invited to a private lunch with RFK Jr., and I had a chance to ask a question. I said, hey, I got all familiar. I don't usually get starstruck, but man, he has some charisma. You know, he really does. And I said, hey, Bobby, can I say that? Mr. Kennedy, if you had one platform you could run on, just one plank, what would it be? And he said, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies. And I asked why, and of course he had this big, beautiful, long, involved thing that started with free market capitalism and came forward with this idea that once we have CBDCs, we are entirely out of our freedom. It's gone. And our country is gone. So I want to spell that out a little bit. So how do these things connect? One of my favorite quotes is from Leonardo da Vinci, who said, learn how to see and realize that everything connects to everything else. So that's what I do. I covered COVID. I've covered the Trump assassination. I mostly cover a lot of financial things in my job. So here's where we're at. First thing I'm going to leave you with, I'll leave you with three things. First is, right now, our country is insolvent. That's just the truth. $35 trillion in debt. We added $1 trillion of debt in 100 days. What does that even mean? Like, these are numbers that are so fantastically big, nobody knows what they mean. What's a trillion? Well, if I gave you a $1,000 bill and you had 4 inches of those in a stack, you'd be a millionaire. If I said you're a billionaire, you have a stack of $1,000 bills, a stack that's as tall as that monument back there. But what would it mean if you were a trillionaire? How big is your stack?
It's 68 miles high. You'd be floating around with the Starlink satellites looking down on this whole thing. That's 1 trillion. We have 35 of those trillion, and they're piling up like crazy. If I showed you a picture of the debt of the United States in a chart, it would start out nice and slow, and it would do that. It's almost vertical at this point. So when I said $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, let me put it in context. It took the country 220 years to accumulate its first 11 trillion in debt. 220 years. 2 world wars fought, a civil war, every bridge built, universities, everything ever conducted by the government for the first 220 years to accumulate that first 11 trillion in debt. We've piled on 11 trillion in debt in the past 4 years. What? 220 years? Like, what? And what did we spend that on? That's a beautiful monument. This is a beautiful memorial behind us over here. There's beautiful buildings. What did we spend that 11 trillion on in the last 4 years? Does anybody know? I mean, can you point to something? War. That's right. We just frittered it away, you know? And that's a shame. But it's also a demonstration of what we're up against. That we have a group of people in power right now who think nothing of spending money they don't have, expecting your children and grandchildren to pay for it, and nothing to show for it. And this is wrong. It doesn't have to be this way. In fact, it shouldn't be this way. So somebody's going to have to step up and start talking about this, because when your currency system fails on you, we call that Venezuela, we call that Zimbabwe, we call that Weimar Germany. It is not a good place to be. We don't want to go there, but we're headed there. So what do? Well, the second piece I want to leave you with then is about this idea that things are speeding up. So, welcome to the quickening. We're going to go from $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, and then it'll be 50 days. And then you'll read a headline, it'll be $1 trillion of new debt in a month, but it was a bad month. And then it'll be $1 trillion in a week, and then it'll be $1 trillion in a day, and then an hour, and a minute, and off we go. And then it's over. So let's not do that. But that is the path that we're on. That's why we have to rescue the republic. That is why we're here. Let me be totally blunt about this. If you didn't like the 99.95% survival rate of COVID, you're going to hate a currency crisis. It's going to be terrible. It ruins lives. So that's the path we're on. So the third thing is, and here's how it ties in with the Great Reset. There's going to have to be, it's just a math problem. We have a math problem right now. And so here's the one thing you have to resolve when you get into insolvency. There's only one question. Not who do you elect. I don't do left-right. I do up-down. You either have integrity or you don't. You believe in freedom or its opposite. Alaska's for freedom. No tyranny. Thank you. Thank you, these beautiful signs. Okay. So if we're not doing left-right, up-down, we're either going to do the right things or the wrong things. And so we have to understand the nature of what we're up against here. And here's the one question that you have to resolve when you're in insolvency approaching bankruptcy, which is the legal proceeding. Who's going to eat the losses? That's the question. Who's going to eat the losses? They're working on this right now. They're working really hard at it. They want to make sure it's you. And they don't want to eat any of the losses. So that brings us to the Great Reset. And the central bank digital currencies is their answer to having really overspent and done terrible things and not been responsible adults. And when they get the central bank digital currency, let me tell you how it's going to go. Here's a scenario. Oh no, markets are down. Huge. Oh no, we had to close the stock market for 48 hours. Actually, we meant 72. Sorry, it's going to be closed this week. So all your stuff went away. But good news, we have a central bank that loves you, and it's going to make you whole. Your entire portfolio is now these central bank digital currencies, except this or a zero. What do you want? A lot of people will go to zero, and what happens when you have a programmable currency? You no longer have freedom of spending. I like freedom of speech, huge fan, but we need freedom of spending. Anybody remember the Canadian truckers? Yeah, let's not become Canadian truckers. That's where they're heading us towards. So, what do? Here's my request. Every single person, is great that you're here, but when you go home, man, we got work to do. We're going to have to rebuild our local communities. We're going to have to figure out how we actually operate, even if our currency breaks. We're going to need things like silver and gold and gardens and each other and friends and love and God. And that's what it's going to take. Because it's already happened. So let's not let the central bank digital currencies come if we can help it. When we get under that, we've lost everything. And Bobby Kennedy was right. He said, when we lose that, if we lose our freedom to spend along with our freedom of speech, and when I say freedom to spend, right, oh, you put out a bad, mean tweet, so your money is no longer any good 5 clicks away from your house, and you have to pay a different rate to get on an airplane because you said some mean things, right? And it goes on and it creeps from there. But that's it. They want control, total control, and that's not how our country got prosperous. So, I didn't start this fight, but we're going to finish it. Thank you, everyone.
Tim Walz, everybody. Tim Walz. Chris Martenson, everybody. Sorry. They told us to stay behind the glass, not because of COVID. They said to stay behind the glass. Now, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the... How are you guys holding up, all right? All right, stay damp, everybody. All right, coming up right now is a terrific musician. Please welcome Tennessee Jet.
Kids are overdosing on fentanyl. The door is wide open at the border wall. DC's busy selling out us all. Unless it's Ukraine, they ain't taking calls. Politicians whoring for the war machine, laundering money in the name of peace, dressing up Zelensky in army green, marching us right off into World War III. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? You bust your ass, you can barely afford Popeye's chicken for a family of 4. You fought for a country you don't know anymore. Build back better, more like build back poor. They don't give a damn once they get your vote. Maui's on fire and Biden's cracking jokes. What used to be parody is now the status quo. We're living in a South Park episode. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? That's right. Celebrities preaching about climate change, flying out to Davos in their private planes. You man, change your gender and your name, cheat away a trophy from Riley Gaines. They're butchering kids as a remedy for feeling confused at puberty, selling pure evil as sympathy and getting rich in the sex change industry. How dare you dare to mention, how dare you believe your eyes, how dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5. They bully and harass you with your covered face, burn down your business if they don't get their way. Those communists and pedophiles bait and race. Antifa's just a rich man's KKK. Woke is their religion and they've hijacked pride. The straight white male is their antichrist. Yesterday's liberals, today's alt-right. They're sexualizing kids and everybody's playing nice. They're sexualizing kids, why the fuck we playing nice? How dare you dare to mention, how dare you believe your eyes, how dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5. Thank you. How about another hand for Brett Weinstein for putting this thing on here today? When this is all over, his name will be forgotten. A blood stain on the sidewalk, a man in a coffin. Justice may be blind, but the apple's still rotten. They'll wipe the slate clean till it's pure white as cotton. They'll dig up his past, all his affiliations, looking for anything to fuel implications. With torches and pitchforks, expose his relations, bounce echoes cross chambers, sympathetic in vibrations. And the demagogues will awaken, the Sharptons and the Jacksons. Like vampires they'll rise up and summon their factions, those best to stoke flames of knee-jerk reactions. And the press will keep the lights on with blood and distractions. Oh, my mind just gets numb at what we have become. We'll argue and pass judgment, but I'm sure inspection, while the socials give nutrition to our angriest intentions. And the foreign powers infiltrate our bodies like infections, and gaslight dark fears and aim to sway elections. We'll go so damn far, we'll lose our directions. Lives will be destroyed for accused imperfections, found guilty without trial by hashtag selection. In the name of a reckoning, we'll make over corrections. Oh, my mind just gets numb at what we have become. Oh, my heart just gets numb at what we sure that a cause ain't just a vessel for adoration and attention and respect on some level. Beware the nonconformist, says the drugstore rebels, but vanity makes angels, far clever is the devil. Would you even write the story if the author was a mansion? Hold yourself to such a standard as your belief in suspension. Maybe something good will come, no matter our intentions. God save us from ourselves, we're in need of intervention. God bless y'all.
Are we on a rescue mission today? My name is Matt Toon, and I'm one of the 3 co-founders, along with Brett Weinstein and Angela McArdle. I'm here because we need help. We've got a few $100,000 left to make our goal to make this thing happen. So I'm telling you guys right now, do you see it on the screen? Do you see our QR code? Bring up the QR code, please. We've got a QR code for Give, Send, Go. It's coming up right now, and I'm going to tell you, we are at $274,000 raised. Let's give a shout out for that. But I'm going to tell you right now, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., and Russell Brand, I've told them not to come out on stage unless we raise another $100,000 in the next hour. Did you hear me? So it's up to you. Bonnaroo, South by Southwest, Lollapalooza. How much would you pay to go to a festival, right? And today you've got the greatest music acts, you've got comedy, and you've got the leaders of our movement all on one stage. So I'm asking, take out your phones right now. Whatever you can do, this will help us keep this show on the road and keep it going, all right? If you don't give now, they ain't coming up. Let me hear one thing. Freedom! Ain't free. Freedom. Take sacrifice. Freedom. Ain't free. Freedom. Take sacrifice. Thank you for your sacrifice. God bless.
Vladimir Putin issues a statement saying that President Harris never picked up our call.
They sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war.
I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded. I shared with him American intelligence because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided. We understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO.
And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect.
Very complicated puzzle, but we'll get it solved.
Now, we have had presidents that have stood up for freedom and have said, like Harry Truman said, once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. Bill Clinton famously said, that depends on what the definition of the word is. President Joe Biden said famously, I can sum up America in one word, flism fladiza kalibfizahaza. I think we are all better Americans for it. All right. Coming to the stage now is a decorated combat veteran. He wants to stop our forever wars. Do you want to stop our forever wars? Please welcome the CEO of Our Country, Our Choice, Colonel Douglas Macgregor.
You get a job with the World Wrestling Federation. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, this guy, Rob Schneider, is a real animal. If you haven't noticed, he is. Okay, I only have a short message for you. As you and I are meeting here today, thousands and thousands of soldiers from the regular Army and the National Guard are deploying to the Middle East. They're preparing to fight a war against Iran, a country which has never attacked us, with whom we have no grief, no grievance. At the same time, we have 100,000+ American soldiers lining the border of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, all the way down to Romania, preparing to potentially fight Russia. This insanity is costing us not just trillions of dollars, it's destroying our country. How many trillions have we lost on this proposition? How many hospitals could we have built? How many schools could we have improved? How many roads and bridges could we have repaired? And how many Americans would be alive and well and safe today if we hadn't? So what I want you to remember is a very simple formula. War breeds tyranny, corruption, and destruction. Peace is the foundation for prosperity and goodwill around the world. That's what we need. No more wars. Now, before you leave here, remember, you got to go out and vote. And you need to vote for peace, not war, for prosperity, not poverty. Remember, the people that have put us into debt, they're not the ones who bear the burden. We are. The people that have put us into debt are fat and rich and corrupt. We got to get rid of them. You've got to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Macgregor. Thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people in this country, and I know you agree with that put country, love of God, and family before political party. There are people who sacrifice whatever affiliation they had in a former party if they no longer feel that party doesn't represent their beliefs and doesn't represent the best interests of their country. And this is someone who's sacrificed. This is someone who's fought. This is someone who has served their country overseas. This is someone who knows what sacrifice is. And this is someone who knows how to wear a white pantsuit. Please welcome Tulsi Gabbard!
Thank you. Aloha. It's so good to see everyone. Thank you so much. What a beautiful day. Thank you. What a beautiful day for us to gather here in our nation's capital with this important mission before us to rescue our republic. To me, this is exactly what our founders had in mind and what they envisioned for us as a country when they said we must have a government of, by, and for the people. When they made that promise to us of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are things, as we gather here, we have the state capitol in the background, the White House just down the street, and many monuments paying homage to those who have sacrificed before us. only to be struck in the face with the reality that unfortunately our leaders in office today are not committed to our lives, our safety, or our liberty. Now is the time, though, to not be disheartened by that reality, but rather to be hopeful. As you look around you in this crowd, as you know, there are many hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are watching at home here in America and around the world. We find hope in our solidarity together as Americans, gathering from all walks of life, different political affiliations, but gathering together with optimism in the power of our voices in this election that happens in 38 days. This is our opportunity. Because our opportunity is rooted in our responsibility as American citizens. To remember that our founders told us that our government exists only with the consent of the governed. That's us. Everything that we are seeing happening now, the weaponization of government entities, the censorship of free speech, the political retaliation against those who have the audacity to criticize those in power. They are throwing everything that they can at us to undermine our democracy because they are terrified of what a free people in a free society will do to uproot them from their power and bring our interests to the forefront once again of freedom, peace, and prosperity. So I hope you feel hopeful as I do, that as we are surrounded by hate, we confront hate with love. That as we are surrounded by darkness, we confront that darkness with the light of the truth and common sense. And that literally, as we are surrounded by warmongers rapidly beating their war drums, we stand strong and speak with clarity and courage for peace. Now, as you know, I've served in the Army now for over 21 years. And so for me personally and for all of our veterans and servicemen and women who are here today, we understand how important the responsibility is that every president has to serve as Commander-in-Chief. This central responsibility to keep the American people safe, to secure not only our lives, but our liberty, to uphold the rule of law, to secure our borders. And so I'll start here with the unfortunate failures and exploitations that are occurring at our borders. We have some people from California here today. I went and visited your border in San Diego not that long ago to go and see for myself what was happening there. And what I saw was a well-oiled machine driven by the cartels and the so-called immigration industrial complex working directly with them and profiting off of this well-oiled machine. Open borders that have been enabled by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, not to express their compassion as they say, but to exploit those who are coming across our border and being trafficked by this multi-billion-dollar cartel industry. What I saw there were people coming from all over the world, across the border, knowing exactly where to go, not to evade Border Patrol, but to be picked up by Border Patrol, waiting patiently to be loaded in the vans, where Border Patrol have become nothing but Uber drivers for them, where they're quickly processed through a system that often within 24 hours gets them with a free plane ticket to anywhere in the country. often never to be heard from again. What I saw as I stood in a parking lot near a train station where many of these drop-offs occurred were human traffickers who were waiting, women who were being drugged unknowingly, and in their foggy state of mind being ushered into cars, never to be heard from again. What I saw was CEOs of these so-called nonprofits who are working directly with the cartels, with CEOs being paid over $1 million salaries. All of this being done in the name of compassion. But who is the compassion for, really? Who really is benefiting? It is the cartels. It is the nonprofits that are making money off of these people being trafficked without a care for the over 325,000 children who are missing, many of whom are likely being abused in our country today, without a care for the over 425,000 convicted criminals who are in our country, illegal immigrants, not a care for those who are illegal immigrants, 56,000 who have drug convictions, 14,000 who've been convicted of burglary, 13,000 convicted of homicide, over 16,000 who've been convicted of assault. This is who they have compassion for. What about having compassion for the American people? For the communities not only in our border states, but in every town and every city across the country that is being confronted with challenges, with increased crime, with less security, with social safety nets being stressed beyond their capacity. When I saw that Vice President Harris went to go visit the border on Friday, we all saw it for what it was. 38 days from Election Day. It's not okay to say better late than never. She doesn't get a pass on this one. But when I saw her give her press conference and her speech that was clearly read off of a teleprompter, word for word, it made me sick, because it once again was a demonstration of her arrogance in lying directly to our faces, that after 3.5 years of telling us that the borders are secure, she stands there and tells us that we have to have rules in place that must be enforced to secure our border, and that she as president will do that. She hasn't done it for the last 4 years. We shouldn't believe her lies that she will do anything differently. She's prosecuted and sued and gone after the governors of these border states who've taken action in the absence of federal leadership to do their part for their citizens to secure their borders. And they're still fighting to do that today. Whether it's the border or just about every other challenge and issue that's facing not Republicans or Democrats, but all of us as Americans, it's clear that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are not interested in solving problems. They're not interested in securing our border. They're not interested in truly reforming our broken legal immigration system. They are more interested in allowing people to illegally cross our borders, but will turn their backs on people like a close friend of mine who has served as a Special Forces soldier for over 30 years, who simply wanted to invite some of his family members who live in Italy to come to his retirement, who applied for a 2-week tourist visa and were denied. More of their policies of America last. We need to send a strong message to them that we will not come last anymore. The American people and our country and our freedom must come first. Who we choose to be our president and commander-in-chief is a critical decision. It always is, but it is especially critical now. We sit closer to the brink of World War III than ever before. We sit closer to the brink of nuclear war. According to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, their doomsday clock is set to 90 seconds before midnight. We are one spark away from our demise directly because of the policies coming from the Harris-Biden administration, so it matters very much who we choose as our commander-in-chief. Now, President Eisenhower warned us in his farewell address about the military-industrial complex and their cozy relationship with members of Congress and how they are ruining our country and our future. Unfortunately, and I can speak from firsthand experience, that relationship is more cozy now than ever before. The brazenness of members of Congress conducting insider trading, investing in these very big defense contractors just before they send out another $8 or $10 billion to Ukraine. Just the other day, we had the Pennsylvania governor, Shapiro, who flew in President Zelensky on a U.S. military plane, not so that they could stand together and call for an end to the war. No. They instead went to a factory that makes bombs where Governor Shapiro, with a grin on his face, signed one of those bombs. How sick of a state are we as a country when our elected leaders celebrate death, war, and destruction? And sell it to us, the American people, as an American jobs and economic plan. This is Kamala Harris's opportunity economy. More war, more money for the military-industrial complex. My first deployment to Iraq was in 2005. I was serving in the state legislature at the time. I stepped down from that seat and volunteered to deploy in a medical unit where I was confronted with the high human cost of war. It was the first time in my life that I had experienced and seen firsthand the war profiteering that goes on. For those of you who served in Iraq at that time, and I hear it's still going on in Europe today, KBR Halliburton remains one of the biggest defense contractors profiting off of war. We had KBR Halliburton logos on our porta potties, on our tents, and on our trash cans. A friend of mine who was deployed to Poland recently said, nothing has changed. Now, who was one of the people that profited off of this? Dick Cheney. Where is Dick Cheney today? Dick Cheney is standing proudly with Kamala Harris, who has said that she is proud and honored to have his endorsement and his support. Now, for the young ones who may not remember, Dick Cheney was the architect of the entire disaster that has been created with all of the problems that we're seeing play out in the Middle East today and other parts of the world. He was the architect of the lie about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He was the architect behind the regime change war and the destabilization in Iraq that caused such chaos and loss of life and destruction that created the fertile ground for the rise of ISIS. That is the Dick Cheney who Kamala Harris is honored to have his support. So for those of you who may be at home watching, or for those of you who have friends who are still not quite sure who to vote for in this election, I'll make it very simple. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the neocon warmongers. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the military-industrial complex. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for nuclear war. I endorse President Trump in this election because to To me, as an American, as a soldier, as a veteran, there is only one choice that is our best hope to walk us back from the brink of World War III and nuclear war, to get us back on that path where we can stand with hope as Americans for a future of peace, prosperity, and freedom. And that choice is Donald J. Trump. You won't hear anyone in the mainstream propaganda media talking about the reality of the threat of war that we face. A war that threatens not only our physical safety, but our liberty and our freedom. Just as we have seen through every major war and conflict before, those in power, those who gain from us being in a constant state of war, exploit that opportunity to take away more of our freedom. And as you know, once it's gone, we never get it back. The Patriot Act was shoved through and rushed through Congress in the days after the terrorist attack on 9/11, passing all of these egregious overreaches into our privacy and our civil liberties, violating the Fourth Amendment, not because they were truly needed because of 9/11, but the national security state saw an opportunity and they took it. And they said to anyone who opposed the Patriot Act, you are a traitor to America if you vote no. Taking advantage of the fear and concern that the American people had during that time of tragedy and grief, here we are over 20 years later. The Patriot Act was just reauthorized once again this year. And rather than the usual rubber stamp that people like Tom Massey and Justin Amash and Rand Paul and I fought against every single time, they took what was an already egregious abuse of our constitutional rights and freedoms and fomented fear yet again of foreign threats to our democracy and our freedom, to take an already bad Patriot Act even worse, to take away even more of our rights and freedoms, and both Democrats and Republicans voted for this. We will not see change unless we hold our leaders accountable to uphold and defend our Constitution that we've all who served sworn an oath to support and defend. The fear-mongering will continue. The lies will continue. Their propaganda will continue because they don't care about the American people. They care about power and greed. Our opportunity is to recognize and acknowledge and speak proudly and truthfully that it does not have to be this way. This is not a foregone conclusion. The purpose for our gathering here today and across the country is to recognize that we have a no-fail mission before us. And it is an urgent mission. Peace, prosperity, and freedom in this country are what is on the line. And now is the time that we must be willing to set aside our differences, perhaps disagreements on other issues, and come together today in the same way that our founders did in the beginning of our country, to stand together on those fundamental principles that are enshrined in our Constitution and our ability to truly live in a peaceful, free, and prosperous society. We must send a powerful and boisterous message, loud and clear, to the warmongers in Washington that we will not allow you to destroy our families. We will not allow you to destroy our loved ones, our communities. We will not allow you to destroy our planet, because we love this country and we love each other And we want to make sure that we've got a future that we can live in and leave behind. If we stand together on no other issue but this, then we can wrestle power away from the military-industrial complex, break through the gridlock that they have created, close the revolving doors that allow them to exploit their power, and put we, the people, back in charge. I leave you with this. A wise man once shared that we are the spark that will light the fire of change that can restore the vision of our founders, of Reverend Martin Luther King and President John F. Kennedy, where we can stand free and true and proud as Americans. The source of that light, the source of that courage that we will need in this fight comes from love. God's unconditional love, our love for each other, and our love for this country and our future. Thank you for standing with us today. We have 38 days to make change happen. Thank you so much. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you.
Tulsi Gabbard, everybody! What an honor it is to have you, Tulsi. Thank you for your continued service to our great nation. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you. One more time, Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you for destroying Kamala Harris on the debate stage a few years ago. Still rocking that pantsuit. I was hoping for it, and it happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here to perform for you right now. He's a very talented artist. He's a rapper. He's an author. And he's a terrific musician. He's at zubymusic.com. Please welcome our another champion of freedom, Zuby!
1 2 1 2 1 2. Washington, D.C., what's going on? This is freaking beautiful. Let's go. Track number 1. Let's go. How you guys doing out there? Make some noise. DJ, let's go. Okay, Washington, D.C., I need to put your hands up in the air where I can see it. Let's go. Let's rock with me. We got Zuby in the building right now. Let's go. This is how we're going to do it. Keep those hands up in the air. Yo, yo, to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left. We're coming at you. I want 1 billion fans, so I need 1 million first. I'ma gain another doubt, just stop the sickness of this verse. Even when I'm smiling sweetly, look at Zuby as a threat. You'll get on before you see me like a noob in FPS. No button combination lets you cheat the game of life. Rappers looking in my pad, they think I'm cheating on the mic. But this girl's my one and only. She never leaves me lonely. When I wanna beat it down, she's always waiting to bestow me. I spread the love like bigamy, so passionate with metrics. Bars cannot belittle me, their style is anorexic. That means they think they're big, hear them talking all aggressive. What they bark and never bite until your mark is unimpressive. My vision's not a dream, I'm motivated to achieve it. You want a food for thought and I'm providing it, so eat it. I wrote this in my sleep, I mean it, no exaggeration. Even scheming when I'm dreaming, I don't waste imagination. Coming at you. Yeah. Coming at you. Rescue the Republic, what's going on? Let's get those hands up. And to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left. Check it. Yo, She'll love when I come through, I get respect cause I'm Millie. And the ladies love me too, like they love Sex in the City. Say I'm blessed and I'm silly, but don't object cause I'm pretty. And always say I'm kinda cocky, but they know I'm kinda witty. And you know in my committee, it's just me, myself, and I. 3 of my favorite rappers and a little book of rhymes. I got a lot of hustle, but ain't got a lot of time. Money's got a lot of muscle, so it's all about the grind. Take a different policy, I'll turn and pen a prophecy. Brilliance is vivid, but it's rivaled by my modesty. Honestly, I think I'm like the hottest walking property, but realize as a team that there's no dream guarantee. So awkwardly I started on my music hustle properly, and still I had the brains to get an Oxford degree. So think before you talk to me, you're tripping if you walk to me. I'm moving twice as fast like rolling doubles in Monopoly. Yeah. Woo! You guys feeling good out there today, yeah? Let's get those hands up one more time. To the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, to the left, to the right. We coming at ya. Yo! Man, it feels so good to be up here today. I come all the way from the UK, so it's beautiful to be here with my American cousins today. You guys love freedom? When I say freedom, you say freedom. 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 Amazing. This next track I'm going to do is called Okay Dude. And when I go like this with the microphone, I need you guys to just say Okay Dude. So let me make sure you got this, all right? When I say Okay Dude. Yo, this is a good crowd. They're lit. Are you guys ready for this one? Let's do this.
Twitter. This is crazy. Zuby is a musician. He's a rapper from
Shout
the
out to
UK,
Joe Rogan.
Who's been on the podcast. The dude doesn't even swear. And someone said, I bet I sleep with more women than you do. To which he writes,
you guys ready?
Okay, dude. And they decided by him saying, okay, dude.
Okay, DC, let's do this. Rescue the Republic.
Okay.
The track's called Okay Dude. Yo. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Working hard to make a milli, baby, flow is never wheezy. Couple 100,000 fans and it all started with a CD. Used to hustle on the street, now they see me on the TV. Going viral like Corona, so they try to quarantine. A couple real celebrities, but most of them are frauds. Tell you how I really feel, because my only fear is God. To be lying on the media and lying through the mob. It is simp on social media, they've never seen it. I be coming to America like Sammy and I.T. I'm uniting black and white and brown like Martin Luther Street. And I get around the internet like presidential memes. And I did it independently, I never had a team. Come a long way, please don't go commercial now. Careful with your words, don't be controversial now. Winning nothing less, that's a victimhood mentality. Cause I am not oppressed and that should check to your reality. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies, yo. They say be open-minded, but they tell you how to live. That's how you ended up with drag queens reading to your kids. My soul cannot be bought. What I'm speaking is the truth. I won't silence every thought while they indoctrinate the youth. I think socialism sucks and every government is shady. I'm not down with open borders. I'm not cool with killing babies. They're on infinite genders and a man can't be a lady. And you know that it's the truth, so why you looking at me crazy? I'm tired of your isms. I'm bored of all your phobias. I am not a bigot just cause I don't smoke with smoking ya. Shame and calling names the only thing you can invoke. We can talk about the system if you really think you're woke. Sell them murder, sell them dope, all the things that keep them broke. But you label me a sellout if I try to give them hope. I don't care, my vision bigger, raise your kids, stop pulling triggers. You're a smart black man, so why you call yourself a... Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Okay, dude. Yeah. Thank you, Washington, D.C. My name is Zuby. Rescue the Republic. I love you guys. Thank you.
Zuby! One more time for Zuby. As you know, during COVID tyranny, people were silenced. The Biden-Harris administration colluded, the real collusion, with tech companies to silence Americans' First Amendment rights. They silenced doctors, scientists, academics, and anyone who disagreed with the government narrative. But there were some doctors that stood up and put country before career, put science before the people who said it was settled. And we are very honored to have them here. I will introduce them. Dr. Mary Holland, Dr. Pierre Kory, Dr. Robert Malone, and coming with them is a senator whose hearings have been exceptional. He is a freedom fighter and a great American. Please welcome also Senator Ron Johnson.
What a wonderful sight. Children's Health Defense. What a tragedy and an outrage that children need public defenders for their health. But they do. During pregnancy, moms are expected to get 4 shots: flu, Tdap, COVID, and RSV. At birth, a baby is expected to get a hepatitis B shot against a sexually transmitted disease. By 6 months, a baby is expected to get 20 shots: Hep B, RSV, DTaP, Hib, IPV, PCV, rotavirus, and COVID. By 9 months, a baby is expected to get 1 or 2 more COVID shots. Not one of these shots has been properly tested, and each one is known to cause injury or death in some. This is insane. This is corrupt. This is criminal. Vulnerable children need a public champion, and they have one in Bobby Kennedy. He is not only defending children, he is committed to making them healthy again. Let us make children healthy again. And it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Pierre Kory.
Thanks, guys. It's really good to be here. Hey, guys. Yeah. Guys, great to be here. Thank you. So, you know, some of you know my story, but I'm going to tell it. About 5 years ago, I started on a journey. And where that journey led is to an unfortunate realization, or maybe it is actually fortunate, but I discovered that the world I thought I lived in did not exist. It was a fake world, but it was a world that I believed in. You know, it's embarrassing to say this in front of this crowd, but at that time, I trusted in the institutions of society. I read the New York Times religiously. I venerated the medical journals and listened to whatever they said. I trusted the public health agencies. Man, I literally thought Fauci was a sympathetic guy in a tough spot with a lot of critics. That's how brainwashed I was. And then what happened is COVID came along. And me and my colleagues, pulmonary and critical care doctors, we set game on, and we took it head on. We studied everything we could, and we started to develop treatment protocols and putting them out to educate the public. And then what happened was this guy came into my life, Senator Ron Johnson. And, you know, I think he made a big change in the world through COVID because he got really important life-saving truths out there. He gave us a platform to speak truth, to speak expertise, science, and deep study. And we got that information out, and that information not only went around the country, but also the world. And I think by the result of his actions, we were able to save many, many lives. You know, my first testimony in May of 2020, I argued for the critical need for corticosteroids in the hospitals. And I did that at a time when every national and international healthcare agency recommended against it. I was proven right 6 months later, but then when he invited me back to talk about this little drug called ivermectin, of which I'd become an expert on, that's when really the journey started to accelerate, because I suddenly was faced with a response, a coordinated attack across media and medical journals and agency leaders across the world spewing lies. They sounded similar, they were structured similarly, and they were just raining upon our heads, and they were drowning out our voices. And then I saw the onset of immense censorship and propaganda, not just social media, the journals, the medical journals at the heart of all of this. Medicine has been captured. And then after seeing that and fighting that ivermectin war, I saw that amplify by many magnitudes around the vaccines. And I watched a humanitarian catastrophe unfold. There are millions dead across the world from these vaccines. My own private practice, I've seen almost 1,500 patients, many of them in the peak of their lives, who are now disabled and suffering with the immense symptom burden to this day, years later. And I believe that I'm meeting the greatest unmet need in the country right now, which is the care of the vaccine injured. And, you know, ultimately through this journey and why I'm here is I've come to believe that our government has been fully captured by corporations and these industrial complexes. They have every single one of our agencies, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, the EPA, you name it, big food. They're polluting our air, our water, our medicines, our security. They're letting, you know, all the immigrants come in, and they're surveilling us and censoring us. All of our rights are being slowly stripped, and most of the country's not aware of this. And as an educator, I'm trying to bring that message out. And so that's why I'm here. I'm here for the same reason you guys are all here, to rescue the Republic.
Pierre Corey, give him a hand. A great American, a great patriot, a great physician. He'll go down in history. My name is Robert Malone, and I've just come back from Tokyo. I want to talk to you about what you've been subjected to over the last 4 years. Our theme here is the medical industrial complex. It's in the weaponization of science and medicine. That's what we're focused on. Over the last 4 years, you have been subjected to psychological bioterrorism. You have been systematically subjected to psychological warfare intended to train you to have fear, to respond to the fear of weaponized infectious disease in order to control you. This is psychological warfare. This is psychological bioterrorism. It must stop. The people that do this must stop. I'm going to read you a little quote from John Kerry recently speaking at the World Economic Forum. Okay, here's what John has to say about the world. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to hammer disinformation out of existence. This is why he's so focused on the next U.S. election. What does he have to say about that?
What we need is to win the right to govern by hopefully winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. He wants to win by a big enough margin that they can throw out the First Amendment. So what does that look like? Now we have this situation in India with a vaccine for COVID called Covaxin. A bunch of academics wrote a peer-reviewed study that got published. And you know what Bharat Biotech did? They sued the journal and they sued the academics that wrote the paper because it was revealing things about the vaccine that Bharat Biotech didn't want to be revealed. This is their new strategy. They're going to deploy lawfare to shut down our ability to even talk about the risks of these products. All the things that Mary was talking about, if the election doesn't go the right way for us, they want to get to the point where they can put people like Mary and Bobby and me and Pierre in jail, just like they did with J6. So here's what's going on. I just came back from Tokyo where they had a 30,000-person rally because they're about to deploy self-replicating RNA vaccines. Japan is being used as the guinea pigs for the world for this new technology. The Japanese people are calling this the third atomic bomb. This is being deployed in a cooperative agreement between a U.S. company, Arcturus, a Australian company called CSL, and a Japanese company. Now, the CEO of the Japanese company recently gave a press conference. What did he say? He said, anybody that is spreading misinformation, we're going to go after him legally. We're going to try to have them jailed. If you say anything against their self-replicating RNA vaccine technology that's never been rigorously tested, we don't know if it's going to infect other people. We don't know if it's going to spread. We know it's going to replicate. We don't know if it's going to get into the brain of the elders in Japan. But we do know that if we say anything about these concerns, the CEO is going to come after us and try to put us in jail. That's the new world order. That's what we're coming into. That's what they want to implement on us. They want to shut us down. They want to prevent us from speaking. They want to completely control the narrative, and they want to be able to deploy psychological warfare on all of you to control you, to train you to respond to the fear narratives about avian influenza and monkeypox and whatever it is they want to deploy next in order to control you, in order to teach you to shut up, sit down, stay in your homes, and do what you're told. Now, I'm not okay with that. I don't think you're okay with that. And I hope that you join all of us in fighting this new tyranny. Now, thanks for your time, and it's my great pleasure to introduce this is a true American patriot. If there's a hero, it's Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, who has stood up in the Senate and said, hell no. Ron Johnson, who has spoken the truth again and again and again. Ron Johnson, who has bucked the Uniparty. Ron Johnson, who ran for office even though he didn't want to because he wanted to resist Big Pharma and the vaccine narrative. Welcome to Senator Ron Johnson.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Robert. Thank you all for being here. This is a really good sign for America. It is an honor to be here and to follow three heroes of the pandemic. Dr. Corey had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients, and like Dr. Malone and Mary Holland, they all had the courage to tell us the truth. It is also truly an honor to speak before another man of enormous courage, Robert Kennedy Jr. The fact that Bobby made the painful decision to put political differences aside and focus on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, is a powerful example of how to heal and unify a very divided nation. Isn't it sad that these courageous individuals, together with so many others in the medical freedom movement, instead of being rewarded and praised for their efforts, they have been ridiculed, vilified, and scorned? Maybe that's why so many of the people in our movement are people of faith and spirituality. People who truly believe we are in a struggle between good and evil, a battle of biblical proportions. What else could you call the sabotage of early treatment, mandating an experimental gene therapy, censoring the truth, ridiculing and destroying the reputations and careers of good people who told the truth, and ignoring and casting aside the vaccine injured? I call that evil. But even though we are in perilous times, we have hope. Do you know what gives me hope? You do. Together with the medical freedom warriors, the Canadian truckers, and all the people whose eyes have been opened and are seeking truth. 61 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood not far from here on the steps of Lincoln Memorial, declaring that he had a dream, we all have a dream. We have a dream that billions of eyes will be opened, that wrong will fail and right will prevail, that truth will conquer evil, and that freedom and peace will endure. That is why we are assembled here. That is what must be rescued. It is our mission. It is our quest. In the end, this is a fight for freedom and for truth. It's not somebody else's fight. This is our fight, and it is a fight that we absolutely must win. So God bless all of you, and God bless this marvelous nation that we call America. Thank you.
Senator.
Can I really trust what's in the powder? I mean, it's probably fine. I can't imagine a company would cut corners if it meant harming babies. Right.
Manufacturers selling baby food with high levels of toxic heavy
Life
metals.
expectancy dropped for the second year in a row.
Microplastic has been found in almost every organ in the body.
Americans are dying younger. Why is this happening?
Well, the short answer is we don't know.
One man insisted we're talking about
We will make America healthy again. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby.
How is every presidential campaign not talking about this?
Joining forces with former President Trump to make America healthy again.
An alarming growth in the prevalence of chronic illnesses and health problems, especially in children. It's time to ask what is going on.
If RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this
Trump's
stuff.
former rival, Robert Kennedy Jr., and former Democratic lawmaker Tulsi Gabbard are joining his presidential transition team.
We know why all of these diseases are going up. And we know how to fix it. Catastrophic quartet, big farming, big food, big pharma, and big insurance systematically co-opt every institutional trust, which has led to the global spread of obesity and disease.
Who cares about politics if the next generation is dead or close to it before they can even vote?
It's a conversation that American families deserve.
To make America truly healthy again and to orient true scientists toward that aim.
How about when your children are sick and you don't care? What's more important than all our kids are sick?
It's now or never. I have prayed to God every morning to put me in a position to end this calamity.
You would think that the American healthcare system and our government agencies would be clamoring to fix, but they're not. They are deafeningly silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has been sued 7 times and gone after him by the Democratic Party. I'd like to introduce a brother who's been sued 9 times by the Democratic Party. A person whose sacrifices we all know, a person whose integrity, and a person whose honor, and a person who puts country first, a courageous man. It is an honor to call him our friend. Please welcome Robert Kennedy Jr.
Hello, everybody. Don't you want a president who will make America healthy again? Don't you want a president who's going to protect our freedom? During COVID, we saw the greatest attack on America's liberties and our constitutional right and at any time in American history. We saw by February of 2020, they were already censoring doctors, scientists, individuals, anybody who questioned the government orthodoxy. The American press, the guardians of the free speech, of the First Amendment, of our democracy, all took part in this unprecedented effort to silence dissent in our country. The press, which is supposed to function to speak truth to power, instead began silencing the powerless and acting as a bullhorn for government orthodoxies. And as soon as they figured out that they could censor us and that we were going to put up with it, they began an assault against all of our other Bill of Rights. Hamilton, Adams, and Madison said that we put freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all of the other rights are dependent on it. A government that has the capacity to silence its critics has license for any atrocity. So the First Amendment was the most important right. And now, as soon as they figured out that we were going to put up with them silencing dissent, they began their attack against all of our other Bill of Rights. There's 3 legs in the First Amendment. The first is freedom of speech. The second is freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year. With no scientific citation, no public hearing, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statement, all of the protections and the safeguards of democracy. And I've been litigating for 40 years against companies and governments when they try to skirt those requirements. Suddenly they all just disappeared. And one bureaucrat who'd been there for 50 years, do you know who I'm talking about? He just said, close the churches. And that was it. And then they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of assembly. They told us, again, with no scientific citation, we have to social distance from each other. We can't assemble. We can't petition and protest in groups, and nobody had ever done that before. Again, there was no hearing, none of the safeguards of democracy. Then they went after Fifth Amendment property rights. They closed 3.3 million businesses in this country with no due process and no just compensation. And the businesses that were left, they closed all the churches, but they left the liquor stores open. They closed the little businesses, but they left Walmart open, and Facebook and Amazon and all the big tech companies that were profiting from the pandemic and from all these closures. They then went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against unwarranted searches and seizures. With all this track and trace requirements that we had to leave our homes, to go into a building, to transport ourselves to any other jurisdiction, to take an airplane. We had to show our private medical records. They waived HIPAA. They made us disclose our private medical records to have virtually anybody who asked. They turned us into a tyranny. They told us to strap on masks, again, with no science behind it. And that only the worst tyrannies in the world, people like the Taliban, like the Iranian government, the Saudi government, these are the ones that force their citizens to wear masks because it dehumanizes them. It turns them from spiritual, creative, independent human beings into a faceless mask of compliance and obedience. And then they went after the Seventh Amendment, which guarantees jury trials to Americans. And here's what the Seventh Amendment says. No American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. That's all it says. There is no pandemic exception. And the framers of the Constitution knew all about epidemics. There were two epidemics during the Revolutionary War, a malaria epidemic that decimated the armies of Virginia, a smallpox epidemic that decimated the armies of New England. Between the end of the Revolution and the signing of the Bill of Rights in 1792, there were epidemics in every city in our country: cholera, yellow fever, typhus, typhoid, malaria, that killed tens of thousands of Americans. Everybody knew about this, and yet they did not put an epidemic exception in the United States Constitution. They wrote the Constitution for hard times, not for easy times. They wrote the First Amendment not to protect the kind of speech that everybody wants to hear that doesn't offend anybody. They wrote it to protect the kind of speech that offends people and we don't want to hear. They wrote it to protect misinformation and disinformation and lies. And Louis Brandeis said that the remedy for bad speech is not censorship. It's never censorship. It's more speech. And America, our whole system of government, which is rooted in the First Amendment, is based on this confidence. And when ideas are allowed to triumph in the marketplace of debate, and we will have a better country, we will have more freedom, and we will have a better government in the long run. And this week, Hillary Clinton, Tim Walz, and Kamala Harris all said the same thing. They said that if the Democrats get back into office, that they are going to make sure that misinformation and disinformation is censored. They said that the First Amendment, or they were specifically talking about Elon Musk, and they said that they were going to teach him that the First Amendment is a privilege, not a right. Do you consider the First Amendment to be a privilege? No! Do you consider it to be your right? Yes! Your God-given right? Yes! Do you want to elect government officials who are going to take that right away from you? No! So, and by the way, who was the biggest perpetrator, we now know, and everybody admits, who was the biggest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic? Fauci! Did you say Anthony Fauci? No, it was the government of the United States. So we don't want the government, we don't want to give the government power to censor other people's misinformation while it perpetrates its own, do we? And, you know, you look at that pandemic, you look at the management, the disaster, the Brown University, they closed all the schools. The Brown University study said our children, our toddlers in this country lost 22 IQ points. A third of children are now going to be taking remedial education, and many believe they will never recover. The GMAT scores are down. All of the scoring of IQ and our children's intelligence are down. This did a terrible, terrible blow to our country. And what was the point of it all? Well, we look at what the outcome was. And the outcome was that they shifted. They closed all of the small business in this country. 41% of black-owned businesses will never reopen. They shifted money upward. They strengthened these big tech institutions like Amazon and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and Google. And they weakened Main Street and small business and the American worker, and they shifted $4.3 trillion from the American middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires, which is the biggest outcome, the biggest shift in world history of wealth. And they shifted power. We gave our government all these new powers. And I want you all to remember three things, three rules. One is that when you give a government a power, it will never voluntarily relinquish it. Second rule, that if you give him a government a power, it will ultimately abuse that power to the maximum extent possible. And the third rule is that nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. So what are we going to do if they ever try to do this again? We're going to resist, resist, resist. What are we going to do if they try it again? Resist, resist, resist. What are we going to do? Resist, resist, resist. And we enriched all of these corporations and their captive agencies, and now want to go and commoditize all of the things we value in our lives. They're commoditized the Constitution. They have turned the courts into servants for authority instead of the servants of the people. They've commoditized the press and turned the press away from the First Amendment and into propagandists. They're commoditizing our landscapes. They're commoditizing our health. And they're commoditizing our children. And the biggest beneficiary of the pandemic was, of course, the pharmaceutical cartel. And if you're part of Big Pharma, the most valuable asset in this country today is a sick child. And so they want to keep you, they don't want to kill our children. They just want to keep them sick and dependent on chronic disease drugs for the rest of our lives.
That's right.
And they now have so much power over this, the exemplary democracy of the world, that they have been able to make us the sickest country in the world. We have the sickest children in the world. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, that number is around 60%. When my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. We had 3.4% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. Japan, 3% of the people are obese, the same as we were in 1960. We have explosions. Autism has gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in every 34. 1 in 10,000 in my generation, 1 in every 34 in my kids' generation. Juvenile diabetes, which when I was a kid, the average pediatrician saw 1 case over a 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Our fertility levels are plummeting. Teens today have 50% of the testosterone and 50% of the sperm count that they did 2 generations ago. American girls are hitting puberty at 8 years old. The average is between 10 and 13, which is 6 years younger than it was 2 generations ago. We have the lowest puberty rates among girls in the whole world in this country. We have lost, since 1970, when we were leading the world in longevity, we've lost 6 years compared to Europe. In Japan, in Italy, we spend 4 times per capita what Italians pay for health care, and we live 7.4 years less. So we are commoditizing ourselves. We're destroying our country, including our national security. 77% of our children can no longer qualify for military service, and it's costing us $4.3 trillion a year. It is an existential threat to our country. Our country is strong and it's resilient. It's not going to be destroyed because we get the social safety net wrong or because we miscalculate about our health care system. It's going to happen because chronic disease is going to destroy us, and it's going to destroy us soon. If we don't win this election for a president who's going to make America healthy again, who will bring me into Washington, D.C., to reclaim our agencies from the pharmaceutical companies and from the big ag companies and the big food companies that are trying to destroy them. And you know that our food system got transformed in the early 90s. The tobacco companies were loaded with money, but they were under attack from lawsuits and from scientific revelations and government hostility that was eroding their consumer base. So they began using their excess cash to buy all the food companies in our country. By the end of the 1990s, the 2 biggest food companies in the world were Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds. They took all of their scientists that they were using to make tobacco more addictive, and they brought them over to the food industry to find ways to make food addictive. And they invented all these new chemicals in laboratories that were not the product of nature. And they put it in our food, and our bodies do not have the capacity to process those materials. They wouldn't let them do this in Europe. We have 1,000 ingredients in our foods because of the capture of these agencies that are illegal in Europe. So they're making the kids sick, and they're making money on it by addicting them to poisonous food. Now, I'm not even going to say food-like substances. And then their partners in the pharmaceutical industry are cleaning up the profits on it. And FDA now gets 50% of its budget from pharmaceutical companies and from big food companies. And we know who runs FDA. Do you think that FDA cares about your health? No. Do you think CDC cares about your health? No. Do you think HHS cares about your health? No. Do you think that NIH cares about your health? No. Do you think the United States Department of Agriculture cares about your health? No. Do you think USDA cares about small farmers? No. There's one thing they care about: money. And we need a president who's going to come into office in this country and who is going to dismantle this corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Oh, you deserve a president of the United States that is going to protect our children. And don't you think that the United States deserves a president that's going to protect our freedoms, our constitutional rights, our freedom of speech, our freedom of worship, our freedom to assemble, our right to jury trials, our right to be free from unwarranted searches and seizures? And don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy again? And who's going to make America free again? And it's going to make America once again the greatest nation and the moral authority around the globe. And you need to go to the polls and get your friends there and get Donald Trump and me into Washington, D.C.
Fellow Americans, our nation, our republic is at a crossroads.
And our system is broken.
We are no longer a government by the people and for the people.
We're something else now. In today's age, we fear the government. We feel gaslit. We feel controlled.
Our free speech has been censored.
Our faith is attacked.
And lies are spread far and wide.
This is why Republic was created. To restore the tools that have been lost.
To inform, organize, and act. But it's all up to you.
Not others.
You. Only you.
It's time to take back our republic, one town at a time.
As a nation, we don't always agree on everything, but we do agree on one thing. Our freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
Every American who cares about the truth needs to join Republic.
This is our moment. This is our stand. This is how we rebuild,
rekindle,
and restore our republic.
Hey guys, thank you so much for coming today. My name is Angela McArdle. I'm one of the founders of this organization with Brett Weinstein and Matt Toon. I am so grateful and humbled to see all of you in attendance. I want to give an additional thank you to our sponsors, Maha, Republic, the Advocates, everyone else who's donated. Thank you so much. Matt Toon came out earlier and he told you we're still fundraising to cover the cost of this amazing, beautiful, free event. We've raised $50,000 today thanks to your generous support. And I really want to say thank you, and I love you and appreciate it so much. But Russell Brand is on his way, and he wants to see another $50,000 from this crowd. Can you find it in your hearts to give? Look at this QR code that's up. That'll take you to our GiveSendGo, who is another amazing sponsor of ours. Please donate. Find our GiveSendGo. Find it in your hearts to help us. We love you and thank you.
All right. Wow. How are you guys doing? You having a good day? We're going to make America healthy again? Are we going to get a podium that doesn't expose that I'm really a midget next time? No. We thank you so much for coming out today. We're going to bring up a band in a minute here. I do want to thank you, each of you, for coming out and hoping spreading the message out to your neighbors, your family members, and to those people who are on the fence of what this election is all about. And I think we've had a pretty darn good day today. How about a hand for all the speakers who've come up so far? And a nice round of applause for all the people working backstage and set all this up. They have big hearts. They're away from their families, and we all want the same thing. We want to continue these liberties for our children and for ourselves. Now, how you guys doing, all right? Okay. They're almost set here. They couldn't do this when Bobby was on stage, obviously. All right. They'll be ready in a little bit. So if you guys need, anybody needs a ride to the airport, you can come with me. I'm leaving in a few minutes. I want to thank you again. And also thank you, God, for not letting it rain today. Appreciate it. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for bringing all these brothers and sisters together in one place safely. Today is the day Saint Michael, the archangel, to defend, is in battle and is here to protect us against wickedness. That is today. That's no accident. We're grateful to be here. All right. They're only missing microphones, and we'll continue. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a terrific comedian that's going to be coming up. I think he is a freedom fighter. He's hilarious. You all know him, Jimmy Dore. Let me see if I can get him up here. Bring up Jimmy. He's down there. I just saw him. All right. Now you got microphones, guys? This usually takes about 45 minutes, but they're going to be able to cut it down to 42. So while I'm here, shameless plug, I have my new book is about free speech called You Can Do It. You can do it. Speak your mind, America. And all right. How you guys doing? Did you guys get Jimmy?
What are they going to do?
Ask Jimmy to come up. Dell, you want to go? You want to wait? All right. How are you guys doing? All right? All right.
Most people cause trouble in a crowd like this without a security around. They're dumber than I thought.
Mike?
Probably wouldn't last long.
What's that? Ask Jimmy Dore to come up here. He come up now. All right. All right, here we go. I see a microphone. I hear a guitar.
See, mine would have done the same thing the way you opened.
Come out here.
If you think girls and women's equality matter, stand up. If girls and women's sports matter, and you want your daughters to have the same opportunity you had, stand up. If you know that it isn't fair or safe to allow males to compete in girls' sports because it's, well, obvious, stand up. Don't be cowed by people who call you a bigot. You're not a bigot. Don't let men tell us how to be good girls. Don't let others tell you you just need to be quiet. Sit down. Be nice. It's not nice to further a lie. It's not mean to believe in women's equality. We deserve our own sports, privacy, safety. We deserve a chance to compete and win. So don't be nice. Don't be careful. Be honest. Be brave. Fight for women. We've come too far to give up now. And if you agree with that, stand up and stand with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, these guys did that together very quickly. You guys kicked ass. Please welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Defiant.
We are the Defiant. We're very happy to be here today. Thank you, everybody, for coming to this event. Thank you to everybody who put it on. And this song is called "Where Did Lady Liberty Go?"
tell you the reason why. Good day and goodbye. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What you gonna do when they show up in black suits on your street in boots? And then they're silence you. What you gonna say when they strip your rights away? And the fact that makes you pay for every beat of sweat you bled today. We don't need you running high. We won't be pushed off to the side. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. When the judge is so unjust and the jury must discuss, then you're the one of us. Where you gonna turn? Now the court has been adjourned, and every lesson that you'll learn. And that's the air for freedom burn. We won't get pushed off to the side. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. Yeah! Thank you, everybody! Thank you for being here today. Enjoy the rest of the event. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. It's our time to take back the power. It's our time to take back the power. It's our time. Thank you.
You lost somebody?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next MC, war correspondent, veteran journalist, Lara Logan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lara Logan, and I am a dying breed. I am a real journalist. I want to rip down the glass and pull out the microphones and tear it all away so I can stand there with you. And I want to thank you for being here today. I saw someone hold up a sign that said, "We are the Defiant." And that is exactly what we are. We are the people that will never surrender. When the Founding Fathers wrote that this is a government of the people and for the people and by the people, it was not a bumper sticker. They meant it. This is your government. This is our government. And what people have woken up to from so long is that we have been robbed blind. We have been enslaved for way too long. And when the people stood up and chose their own leader, those who think they're smarter than us, those who think they know better than us, those who never meant it when they said they were there to serve us, they got mad. And they wanted to blind us. But this event is living proof that we are not divided. Almost everybody here today on this stage, and probably many of you in the crowd, has been targeted and punished for telling the truth. We reward those who lie and deceive and steal and kill. And it makes absolutely no sense. And we have a window. You can all see it. This is a window. If you don't like war and you don't want to go to war, well, then you sure as hell better get off your butt and do something in the next few weeks. Because one of the pillars of Rescue the Republic is that war should be a last resort. And that is something that we really mean. Don't be sending your sons and daughters and fathers and mothers, and don't be sending them onto battlefields to loiter on the objective and die in filthy sewage canals and other places when you have the ability to bring everybody home overnight without putting a single boot on the ground. And you never use that capability. Why not? We don't ask the right questions because our journalists have let us down. We've been betrayed by our doctors, betrayed by our leaders, our elected officials. We've been betrayed by everybody who was supposed to protect us and stand by us. But all around you are people who are acting in the presence of fear. Artists have given up musical careers. Comedians have given up the stage. Actors like Rob, who've given up Hollywood, they've given it up because they know that this means more. You don't need to hear more from me because the next person on this stage is much more entertaining and much funnier. He's been a comedian, he's been a podcaster, he's been a famous Hollywood actor. He's done some crazy things. I want to know if he's wearing white underwear today, and if I ask to if he'll baptize me, I'll let him baptize me if he'll strip down to his undies. Is that a fair deal? He makes them crazy. He makes them crazy because he defeats the narrative. They want you to think if you don't believe in censorship, somehow you're far right. If you believe in, if you believe in freedom, somehow you've become a terrorist or a domestic violent extremist. I don't know what the hell happened to these people. Somebody sucked out their brains and fed them something. But they're wrong. And guess what? They're not winning. Every time they try to kill the orange Jesus, they bring more people to the fold. This, as you all know, is a revolution. One of peace, one of love, and one that brings God back to the center of this land. I don't believe most of what they tell me. I'll never take a knee, and I will fight to the last breath in my body. Is he ready? Now, I don't want them to yell at me for talking too young, but I got to make sure that the man of the moment is waiting in the wings. There's not enough activity to my side. So let's talk about Russell Brand. Russell Brand is just classic because he came from their world. They don't like it when you come from their world. They held you up. They adored you. They made you a hero. They gave you prizes. They wrote glowing articles. Now they have to find a way to say, well, we didn't mean any of that. None of that was true. Just like me, I used to be a great journalist when I was on 60 Minutes. Apparently now I've lost my mind. You know, great doctors. There's some great doctors. People that were elevated at UC Berkeley and above, right? And now they're no longer great doctors because they believe in natural immunity and they don't want to be experimented on or lie to their patients. What happened to that? Uh-oh. Russell, if I let you baptize me, will you strip down to your underwear? Will you baptize me in your underwear? He doesn't think I'm serious. I was 8 the first time I was baptized. It was humiliating then. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome to the stage a great man who is brave and doesn't care what they say.
Hello there. My fellow Americans. It's so lovely to be part of a double act that would have seemed somewhat unlikely just a short decade ago with my esteemed colleague and fellow clinical psychologist, Dr. Jordan Peterson, everyone. Doctor, before we begin this presentation at Rescue the Republic, brilliantly organised by the great Bret Weinstein. A round of applause for Bret. I'd like to allude to the fact that it can't have been easy for him to get licensing and permit for this event, when surely at some point he would have had to have explained what its purpose was, its proximity and its location. Other than holding the event on January the 6th, I don't know what he could have done to have made it more administratively challenging for himself. So once again, Bret Weinstein, thanks for holding this event. Dr. Peterson and I have been on a rather unusual journey. I don't mean literally, we arrived separately, but by God we'll be leaving together, won't we, Doctor? To arrive at this stage. I'm an Englishman, I'm not from your great country, I admire it and you very deeply. I'm not traditionally what you might regard as a Republican or a Trump supporter. I have arrived on this stage via Hollywood, via liberalism, via all sorts of images of freedom in the form of decadence and Epicureanism, the mindless pursuit of pleasure as a god. But I stand before you today, thankfully with a professional psychologist, because I could go crazy at any moment, baby. Because I admire your spirit of freedom and your liberty. And it seems to me that once the MAGA movement is joined by Robert F. Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard, it becomes plain where the true anti-establishment sentiment lies. And it is not with the current incumbents of the White House who, for all their rhetoric, advocate for further and deeper and more expensive wars, who seem keen to lubricate the pathway to authoritarianism and totalitarianism with talk of protecting the vulnerable. During the pandemic period, we saw how they protect the vulnerable by imprisoning the majority, by medicating everybody, by obfuscating facts, by concealing truth and controlling freedom. I, like many of the organisers of this event, believe that this is a critical moment for us. Not just the ordinary rank-and-file supporters of the Trump and MAGA movement, although to you, of course, I am open-hearted and full of deep and Christian love. But also to people that would never consider voting for Donald Trump. It is to them that I reach out in earnest and say, if you care about democracy, if you care about freedom, if you care about ending war, if you care about your children's health, ultimately, if you care about freedom, this is the time for you to do something decisive and different. I pray for a free and fair election in November. I pray that great American heroes like Edward Snowden will be revered and heard. That international martyrs like Julian Assange will be accredited. That the defense industry, the big food industry, the big agricultural industry that prohibits, curtails and oppresses ordinary farmers will face at last the serious opposition that it requires. And if it takes me, an Englishman, and the great Dr. Jordan Peterson, who is, whatever his great credits, he's still Canadian. He's
so far.
They're working on that, aren't they? We're here in support of your freedom, our freedom, and collective freedom. So with that, I will now ask you, Dr. Jordan Peterson, why did you, because now, well, this is a segue, I'm moving to an interview now, I'm aware I've spoken for a long while. Any of you that know Jordan Peterson, well, you've never seen Jordan Peterson not talk for that long, have you?
Well, you know, it's not entirely obvious to me what the solution to the situation is, you know. It's pretty plain.
I know you've got a microphone, and I've seen you defend yourself against English broadcasters extremely well. Dr. Peterson, tell us why it's important for non-Americans like myself and you to participate in this event, and what is, given that this is a rally, that means it's an offering of optimism and hope for the people in attendance. How do you believe that we should start off our conversation, sir?
Well, whatever is happening here is emblematic of something that's happening all over the Western world, right? I mean, it's exemplified by the political process in the U.S., especially as it leads up to the election. But all the things we've been discussing today are both broader and deeper issues than the mere political. And so they are of international concern. And of course, what happens in your country has been of central international concern for a long time, but that's transformed, as I said, into something that's deeper and even more significant. No, I made allusion this morning to the fact that we're trying to get our story straight. We're trying to understand what is the foundation on which we all stand that allows us to maintain the freedoms that ennoble us and give us an unlimited horizon of opportunity. What are they in the United States? What are they in the Western world in general? How are they related to, let's say, the Judeo-Christian enterprise as a whole? And what is it that should bring us together as avatars of the freedom-loving democracies across the world? Well, so what's happening here is of immense international significance, as you know from watching how people around the world are, what would you say, looking to the United States in particular, particularly to defend free speech, because if it's ever defeated here, it's gone everywhere. And that would be a terrifying thing. And make no mistake, it's under true assault. In my country, there's a bill that's in second reading, which has pushed it quite a ways along the legislative route, Bill C-63, which literally allows people to be reported to a provincial magistrate under the possibility of 1 year's imprisonment in their own house with an ankle bracelet, with all their communication intercepted, in consequence of anyone's complaint that they're afraid that a hate speech event might occur in the next year. Yes. That's Bill C-63. You know, and I've read that bill 3 times, because every time I read it and then think about it, I can't believe that I could have possibly understood it properly. And yet here we are. And there is very similar things going on in the UK. There was a terrible bill that was recently defeated in Ireland, for example, which would have put severe restrictions on free speech. And there are people in the UK who are being persecuted, and seriously persecuted, for expressing their opinions, offensive though they may be, publicly in a manner that is absolutely necessary if you're going to support free speech. And we know that, well, the free speech that offends no one requires no defense, and that's partly because it has no content. If I only ever say something that everyone agrees with and produces no emotional response whatsoever, there's no point in even speaking. Because you don't have to concentrate on what's obvious if you're going to speak. You have to concentrate on what's contentious and disruptive. And there isn't anywhere on earth, and this certainly includes my home country, where the protections for that vital right are more thoroughly enshrined and deeply entrenched than they are in the United States. And seriously, thank God for that. It's so vital. It's so important. So, and so good on you for managing to maintain it, and don't be taking it for granted, because it could disappear at any time, as Robert Kennedy pointed out earlier. So.
It is significant that the Constitution is now being spoken of as an artifact that can be changed and altered. The New York Times recently said that it might be problematic. And when sacred documents... Yes, well, I mean, you're right. It's definitely a negative thing. There's no question about it. Because I suppose, yes, when the principle of free speech itself is under threat, then all other values, as you've explained many times to me, fall away in its wake. One thing that struck me, Dr. Peterson, when you were speaking just then, is the banalization of our culture. That means making it ordinary and sterile and lacking in glory and lacking in valor. The desacralization, that means the taking away of God from all things. It seems that there is a globalist and totalitarian scheme to replace God fundamentally, to remove God from the conversation, in order that the globalist state may lay claim to the edicts that we would previously have afforded our Lord and Saviour, the one true living God. But of course, as a Christian, the principle that matters most to me is non-judgment, forgiveness, service, recognition of my own failings, of my own imperfections, of my own sin. Any of you that saw the recent photograph of me in my underpants will know that I am capable of erring even while baptizing. I did some baptisms. I've not been a Christian very long, but I'm getting right out there and doing the baptisms. The apostles were doing it on day one, is what I heard. And there's no point in us coming out here and having just a cozy conversation. We have to take risks with one another. We have to be clear on subjects such as racism and ending bigotry and ending hatred and allowing people the ability to express themselves individually through their identity based on that principle of Christian love and forgiveness. And I'll take a risk greater than finding yourself in the acquaintance of the Clintons or finding yourself on a flight with Jeffrey Epstein. And I speak as a man who went to Vegas with Diddy and was safely in my bed by 11 p.m. Alone, I point out. No freakouts, no baby oil.
Maybe I could speak to this.
Oh, well, you've got to pick up off that.
You know, on the subject of P. Diddy, a lot of people enjoyed his early work with Biggie, but After all, did he not cede too much territory to Def Jam and the great work of Rick Rubin? So I was actually going to speak to the Christianity element and not to the leave it in Vegas element, and so I think I'll do exactly that. You know, one of the things that's become very clear to me as a consequence of the studies that I've undertaken about the stories that unite us psychologically and socially, the deep stories, and the deepest stories we have that unite us are religious stories, is that imagine this. Imagine you have a choice, because you always do have a choice. You have a choice between leaders who presume that there's no transcendent unity. There's no foundational truth. There's nothing beyond us on the ethical plane, right? So people who are tilting in the atheist direction, they're beholden to no one above themselves, or to no principle above themselves, right? Well, what I've learned from studying what I've studied is that humanity has strived for thousands of years in the most diligent possible manner to conceptualize what should constitute the divine principle of sovereignty to which every man and woman is beholden, and by whom they're judged, whether they know it or not. And that means that there's a sovereign spiritual process that even those who rule us are required to adhere to and kneel to. And if you think clearly about that, what you understand is that if you have a man or a woman who's leading, who's in a position of sovereign power, and there's nothing to whom they're beholden, the tendency is going to be very strong for them to regard themselves as the sole source of authority, order, and progress. And there isn't anything more dangerous and totalitarian than that. And so this realization that Russell has come to, that there has to be a divine sovereign principle under which we all operate, including the political, is in no small part a fundamental protection against the totalitarian assumption that the leader himself is God. And heaven help us, and seriously so, if we ever fall into that delusion. Take that.
I'm very much enjoying the format that appears to be organically emerging, because you might have noticed there's been very little planning between Dr. Peterson and myself. We just had microphones thrust into our hands like lotions at a white party. Came out onto the stage, and what it's sort of become is a polysyllabic 8-mile rap battle in which both of us advocate for freedom and for Christ and for liberty and for new forms of unity in novel ways. As allies, in fact, rather than as opponents. Some of you will be aware that auspiciously and with deep serendipity, today is the feast of St. Michael, the Archangel. On this occasion, surely we are protected by heavenly forces. Surely, as the good doctor just indicated, there are higher authorities. Because while I was listening to you, Doctor, I feared that there would be a darker consequence even than personal authority and personal autonomy assumed when there is no loving God, no loving Father, no Trinity in all perpetuity, engaged in loving unity from which creation came. I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. The principle of separateness, the principle of self-centeredness, the principle of the ego, the principle of solipsism upon which this great culture is being steered towards. Not community and congregation, subsidiarity and individual authority, no, but some kind of Goliath, some beast slouches from Bethlehem to be born. Some centralized creature that claims that it cares for you so much that it wants to protect your health, cares for you so much it wants you locked in your home, cares for you so much it wants you injected with medications that haven't endured proper or ethical experimentation, cares for you so much that it wants your children to eat addictive and addicting foods, cares for you so much it sees you as little more than larvae on a conveyor belt, leading you to a life of sickness and deception, surrounded by a 360 sphere of illusion, augured by those great investors in media. You'll note that George Soros just bought 300 radio stations. You'll know that Bill Gates invested $300 million in media donations in the last few years. Centralized control. We would never accept it if they came out face first and said it to us. We would oppose them then. So instead they tell us that they care. Instead they tell us that they love us. Instead they tell us that they're trying to protect the vulnerable. But today we must say to the state, to the globalist bureaucratic state, get your help off of us.
I gotta say, he's a hard man to top. I think what I'll attempt to do is to weave together one of the themes that I developed earlier today, and that's the theme of self-sacrifice. One of the things we talked about was the notion that the antithesis of the power that the radical utopians insist lies at the basis of all human relationships is something like voluntary self-sacrifice. Now, in the fundamental traditions that guide our culture, we're enjoined to, what would you say, to place ourselves at the service of the divine logos, right? That's a classical Western conceptualization that's derived from both Greece and Jerusalem. And to put yourself at the service of the divine logos is to allow your speech and your actions to be guided not by your own narrow and hedonistic, immature self-will, but by the aim of your soul towards the highest possible good. That's expressed in the true speech that puts a solid foundation under your feet and the feet of those around you, and by the calling and conscience that leads you forward into the proper future. We all have that at hand, and that's part of the reason why we're described in the most profound stories that we have as carrying the image of God, the Creator who brings the things that are good into being. That's what we have in front of us as a consequence of our fealty to the truth. And the sacrificial element of that is that if you abide by the dictates of the truth that's attempting to reveal itself within you, that you will be called to sacrifice everything within you that is unworthy as you make your way upward towards what? Towards the ineffable, insofar as you're capable of managing that. Right? And insofar as you do that and take that responsibility onto yourself, there's nothing left for the globalist utopian tyrants to offer you, because you've done it for yourselves.
No wonder you were fired from that Canadian university. You're a troublemaker. You're a rabble-rouser. That's very beautiful, Jordan. It's lovely to watch you go into those states. I was thinking, oh no, if Jordan Peterson takes it to crying Jordan Peterson, that's the special move. I've got no answer for that. If he starts crying, oh man, that's it. I'm out. I can't top that. But the truth is that, once again, we are here in collaboration and alliance as unlikely partners, but partners nevertheless. Partners come here to communicate a mutual message, and I think that what you said then is most significant. That I suppose I am an apostate. I formerly belonged to the culture of Hollywood. I've been in their movies, and I remember. I would sometimes wear a hat. I'd usually play a rock star. You remember it. And I've experienced at depth and at length the treasures of the culture that are offered hedonism, excitement, pleasure, distraction. And like any addict, and I know there'll be people out there that suffer from and are in recovery from addiction, and those of you that are will know that recovery is only possible when you accept a spiritual solution, when you become willing to interrogate and examine what you have become and what you've become attached to. And it seems to me that it's not an accident that our culture is predicated upon consuming, upon selfishness, upon distraction, upon mundanity and banality for the individual. A total lack of privacy for the individual, but maximum privacy for the state. A requirement for transparency from individuals, but no transparency from the state. Accountability, lawfare, justice, media, the institutions of your country, all turned against the individual, all utilized for absolute control. Of course, this kind of control would never be accepted if it were visible. It's only through constant escalating crisis, through the elevation of fear and the stimulation of desire, like rats in laboratories, are stimulated into distraction and compliance. When I watched the Democratic Party National Convention, I enjoyed how well it was crafted and staged, and I reflected on the days when I would host things for MTV like the VMAs. For indeed it is the spectacle of politics. Because where there are no principles or values to undergird them, all that's left is a pantheon of stars and new argot of empty language. TV shows where celebrities are paraded before you to willingly endorse ideas and policies and wars and food and power that they'll never eat or suffer as a consequence of. It won't be. I think we generally know it's not their children that die beneath the flags. It's not their children that will be eating that kind of food. And when people talk about populism like it's a negative thing, like it's an ugly thing, when you hear language like basket of deplorables, when you hear dismissiveness and derisory tones around beautiful American people, and if you're a foreigner like me, a visitor like me, and you find yourself in Cheesecake Factory in some mall in Sarasota, you think, are these the people that they hate so deeply? These kind and friendly, warm and charming individuals that don't seem to me to care a great deal about race, that don't seem to me to care about the private sexual behavior of other consenting adults, that want to worship God, raise their family, connect to nature and experience love, but from every single angle in the name of protection are being prevented from experiencing what ought to be sacred above all else to Americans. And I say that in the shadow of this mighty pyramid phallus object. It's the right to proudly be who you are, to openly love one another as He has loved us.
So maybe I'll close with this. It's said that by their fruits you will know them. So we could assess that notion momentarily, riffing off what Russell just laid out. So I've spent a substantial amount of time thinking about how you can separate the wheat from the chaff and identify the true leaders who are at your service and not manipulating you. And I would say this: if you're being terrified into compliance, you're being manipulated by tyrants. Tyrants use fear. They use fear and they use force. And what you want instead from your leaders is an invitational welcome, right? And that's why this today is a celebration. We're happy you're here. We're hoping for your help, because your help is necessary. This isn't about formulating a vision for you. It's about inviting you to bear the responsibility for your life that's precisely the attitude that's made this country great. And so you listen carefully to those who address you and see if they're inviting you to a banquet that you love to attend, or if they're terrifying you into fear of the future and using force and compulsion to regulate your obedience. And I would say, unless you want to be slave-like sheep who have no proper destiny to play, then find the divine invitation and forgo the terror and force.
Ladies and gentlemen, I happily concede this unofficial debate rap battle to the great Jordan Peterson. Now, I know you've got some fantastic speakers coming up. I can see Jimmy Dore down there. I've had a magnificent conversation with Jimmy. And above all else, when I speak to Jimmy Dore, he impresses upon me the necessity for unity, the necessity to remain vigilant, the opportunity to find alliance between one another, to focus on the issues: health, ending war, free speech, not personalities. And if I have your permission, I would like to end in a short prayer on this holy and auspicious day. Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus Christ, I call upon your name on this occasion. May it augment an era of peace. May we reach out our hands in friendship, in particular to those that we might imagine we would oppose. May these institutions that were once regarded sacred, so sacred in fact that any incursion upon them as on January 6th was regarded as a kind of heresy. May the values that warrant these buildings, these institutions, that flag, this nation, being regarded as one nation under God, return to the forefront. May, I pray, Lord Jesus Christ, in your holy name, that all Americans of all cultures and colors and persuasions come together in your name. I ask, Heavenly Father, for a new era of peace, that Satan be cast out in your name in all his forms, but in particular in the bizarre, Kafkaesque, Huxley-esque, late Orwellian form of totalitarianism, bureaucracy in the name of care. Lord, I ask for true republicanism and true democracy, that every individual may feel their freedom to open-heartedly engage in discourse and conversation with one another in good faith. An end to the deception, the lies, and the censorship and the control. Respect the honor of the individual, the sovereignty of the individual, that we are all fallen individuals and that we may serve in your name on the day of the feast of St. Michael. I ask, Lord, that your holy light shine on America and across the world for new voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord. Lord, I ask that we be brought together in these principles under your name. I pray for America, and if I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the Lord's Prayer. Just do the version that you know. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Peterson. Thanks, Brett Weinstein. Thanks, everyone engaged in this event. I wish you a beautiful day. Stay free. Stay free. Cheers, Jimmy. See you, Dave.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody, you want to stand up, stretch, do whatever you need to do, get ready, because the gentleman who is about to take the stage has done us one of the greatest services for any of us in living memory, because he is one of the journalists who exposed the Twitter files. I am so proud as a journalist. Matt and I have both been journalists for more than 35 years, and I am so proud to introduce him, especially because he's super nervous backstage, and I have the mic right now, so I can do whatever I want. And he should be nervous. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. This is a great moment for me because Matt and I have been to war when he was at Rolling Stones, and I have so much respect for him. He is a man who stood up to being canceled. He stood up to being targeted. Yes, he stood by the truth no matter what. He really did. And you know what? You need fighters like that because we're not afraid to take a hit. And you can keep coming, and you can keep coming, but it doesn't matter. So the old tactics, they don't work. What they want is to keep us isolated in our little bubbles, our feedback loops, where they feed you what you want to hear. And Matt Taibbi has a voice that reaches beyond the feedback loop. It breaks through the information dominance, and it's very, very important. So I want to ask him to come out on stage. Where is he? Where is Matt? Matt Taibbi, we need you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Laura. That was amazing. I'm so proud that we're on the same side now fighting for free speech. However, every amateur speaker's dream following Russell Brand, thanks God. So I was once taught you should always open an important speech by making reference to a shared experience. So, what do we all have in common here at Rescue the Republic? Nothing. In a pre-Trump universe, chimpanzees would be typing their fourth copy of Hamlet before RFK Jr., Robert Malone, Zuby, Tulsi Gabbard, Russell, Brett Weinstein, and I would organically get together for any reason, much less an event like this. One thing we all have in common, or most of us have in common, is that most everybody here has been censored. Now, the issues were all different, but pretty much everybody here disagreed with authoritative voices about something. Now, saying no is very American, from don't tread on me to nuts to you cannot be serious. Defiance is in our DNA. Now, disagreement is seen as a threat and must be hammered out of existence, according to John Kerry, the former presidential candidate. Just the other day, did you hear about this? He complained at a World Economic Forum meeting that it's, quote, really hard to govern, and our First Amendment stands as a major block to the important work of hammering out unhealthy choices. I was telling Tim Pool about this backstage, and he asked, was black ooze pouring out of his mouth when he said this? Kerry added that it's really hard to build consensus, and he told forum members that they need to win the right to govern and be free to implement change. It begs the question, what do they need to be free of? The First Amendment, definitely, but more importantly, us. Complainers. That is our shared experience. We are obstacles to consensus. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 35 years, covering everything from Pentagon accounting to securities fraud to drone warfare. Many years ago, my little son asked me what I did for a living, and I said, Daddy writes about things that are so horrible they're interesting. 2 years ago, I was invited by Elon Musk to look at internal correspondence in Twitter. And this led to a series of stories called the Twitter Files, whose main revelation was a broad government effort to suppress speech. Now, I was invited here to talk about risks to the First Amendment, but to spare the suspense, That battle is already lost. State censorship is a fact in most of the West. In February, our European allies began observing the Digital Services Act, which requires internet platforms to enforce judgment of state-appointed content reviewers with the Orwellian name trusted flaggers. Now, everything that we found in the Twitter files can be reduced to one sentence: an alphabet soup of U.S. government federal agencies informally is already doing pretty much the same thing as Europe's horrible draconian new law. Is it against the law when a White House official calls Facebook, and this happened, and asked to ban a journalist for writing that the COVID vaccine doesn't stop infection or transmission? I think, hell yes. It certainly violates the spirit of the First Amendment, even if you can find judges who will say it doesn't violate the letter. But this is post-9/11 America. Whether it's about surveillance or torture or habeas corpus or secret prisons or rendition or any of a dozen other things, we ignore laws. Institutional impunity is the chief characteristic of our current form of government. We have concepts like illegal but necessary. The government can torture. Of course, the public can't. That's probably good. The state can intercept phone calls. You can't. The state can search without warrants. They can assassinate, snatch your geolocations from your cell phone. You get the idea. These concepts require that officials have special permission to ignore laws when they feel like it. 10 years ago, we were caught spying on 3 different French presidents, as well as companies like BNP Paribas, Crédit Agricole, Peugeot, Renault, and Total. Barack Obama called the French to apologize, but did we stop? No. But we did indict the person who released the news, Julian Assange. By the way, congratulations to Julian for getting out. Finally. And shame on every journalist who didn't call for his release. America ignores laws. It's what we do. With this in mind, our government has moved past censorship to the larger project of changing the American personality. They want a more obedient, more timorous, more fearful citizen. And their tool is the internet, which is a vast machine for doling out rewards and punishments through likes and views or shaming and de-amplification. The mechanics are complicated, but the core concept is pretty simple. You're up-ranked for accepting authority, you're down-ranked for questioning it. Questions are actually considered a form of disinformation in some ways. So let me pause to say something about America's current intellectual class from which the anti-disinformation complex works. By the way, there are no working class censors. The dirty secret of content moderation all over the world is that it's a tiny sliver of educated rich correcting everybody else. It's telling people what fork to use, but you can get a degree in it, basically. The problem is America has the most useless aristocrats in history. Even the French dandies who were marched to the razor by the Jacobins were towering specimens of humanity compared to the Michael Haydens, John Brennans, James Clappers, Mike McFalls, and Rick Stengels, who make up America's self-appointed speech police. In pre-revolutionary France, even the most drunken, depraved, debauched libertine had to be prepared to back up an insolent act with a sword fight to the death. Our aristocrats pee themselves at a mean tweet. These people have no honor, no belief, no poetry, no art, no humor, no patriotism, which is unique to them, no loyalty, no dreams, and no accomplishments. They are simultaneously illiterate and pretentious, which is very hard to pull off. And they have one idea, and it's not even an idea but a sensation: Fear. Rightly so, because they snitch each other out at the drop of a hat. They're afraid of each other. But they're also terrified of everyone outside their social set, and they live in near constant dread of being caught with even one original opinion. Now, freedom of speech is a beautiful phrase. It's strong, it's optimistic, it has a ring to it, right? But it's being replaced in the discourse by misinformation and disinformation. And these words aren't beautiful at all, but they're full of the small, pettifogging, bureaucratic anxiety of a familiar American villain, the busybody, the prohibitionist, the nosy Parker, the snoop. H.L. Mencken defined Puritanism as the haunting fear that somebody somewhere is happy. That streak of our early European settlers survives in us and surfaces periodically through moral panics. 400 years ago, it was witches, then it was Catholic immigrants, then it was the devil's music, then it was comic books, then it was booze, then it was communists, and now it's information. And because freedom of speech is now frequently described as a stalking horse for hate and discrimination, the phrase appears less and less. Speech is mentioned in reputable media really only as a possible vector for the disease of misinformation or disinformation. And for most people, the only thing that will remain of this issue soon is a little flutter of nerves reminding them not to think about it. That's why it's important to understand the end game of the censors is not controlling speech. They're already doing that. They're already removing speech. The end game is getting us to forget that we ever had anything to say. Yeah, that was the bummer part of the speech. To small thinkers, speech is just a wilderness of threats. You know, the people who look outside the window and they see nothing but ticks and bugs and germs and bats. The people who built this country, whatever else you can say about them, they weren't small thinkers. They were big thinkers. And by that I mean not just intellect, but arrogance, gall, brass, audacity. Kurt Vonnegut, that's all right. Kurt Vonnegut called the Founding Fathers sea pirates, and he wasn't far off. These guys stole a continent from the King of England and got away with it. And you ever think about why people root for the robbers in heist movies? There's a little bit of outlaw in all of us. Eminem said there ain't no such thing as halfway crooks, and there was nothing halfway about the writers of the Constitution. James Madison, the author of the First Amendment, foresaw this exact situation of a government that ignores laws. In fact, and I didn't know this until I had to research the speech, he was originally opposed to the Bill of Rights because he didn't think paper guarantees could stop a corrupt government. So he thought bigger. He put together a document that was designed to inspire a certain personality type that would resist efforts to undo the experiment. And here a very important quality came into play. James Madison was a great writer. The 44 words of the First Amendment were composed with extraordinary subtlety. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech, and here's the alliterative part, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Yes, let's applaud for that. Now, what was he saying? The First Amendment didn't confer rights to the people. It didn't entrust government with guaranteeing them. Instead, the founders stood to the side the way an old country recognizes a new country, and they simply acknowledged an eternal truth, the freedom of the human mind. And this is what censors never understand. Speech is free. Trying to stop it is like trying to catch butterflies with a hammer or stop a flood with a teaspoon. Choose your metaphor, but it's a fool's errand. You can apply as many rules as you want. You can threaten punishment. You can lock people up. The human mind always sets its own course, even in spite of itself. The poet William Ernest Henley explained about a century after the Constitution was written. He said, remember, it matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And unlike the busybodies of the internet age, to whom words are just another overproduced, overplentiful, unnecessary, and vaguely hazardous commodity, like greenhouse gases or plastic soda bottles, people like Madison understood the value of language. In 1787, you might have to walk a mile or 5 just to see a printed word. And it was probably the Bible. Now, I'm not religious, but I've read the Bible, and of course, so did they. They knew the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And this was a reference to Genesis. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and the world was born. So for them, the Word was infused with the power of creation itself. It wasn't a small thing. This wasn't just law. This was metaphysics. This was cosmogony. We were a little country run by a bunch of jumped-up tobacconists and corn farmers who needed an ally to withstand the wrath of European royalty. And we got it by lighting a match under human ingenuity and creativity and passion. Now, what was the American personality? Madison said he hoped to strengthen the will of the community, but other revolutionaries weren't quite so polite. Thomas Paine's central message was that compared to even the humblest farmer was a towering moral giant compared to the invertebrate scum who wore crowns and lived in British castles. Common sense told us to stand up straight, never bow, especially not to a politician, because, as Paine explained, and I want you all to think of John Kerry and Michael Hayden and Dick Cheney here, men who look upon themselves as born to reign and others to obey are frequently the most ignorant and unfit of any throughout the dominions. Oscar Wilde noted ours is the only country in the world where being a kook is respectable. Every other country shunned the tinkerer or the mad inventor or the crazy genius, and they cheerfully donated them to us, which turbocharged our American experiment. We welcome crazy people. And the world has light bulbs, the telephone, movies, airplanes, submarines, the internet, false teeth, the Colt 45, rock and roll, and monster dunks as a result. Wilde lampooned our ignorance and our lack of artistic sophistication and our occasional intolerance for ugly words. Hilariously, he refused to speak at a town that named himself Griggsville. He didn't want to encourage them. But his final observation about us was a supreme compliment. He said, "The Americans are the best politically educated people in the world. It is well worth one's while to go to a country which can teach us the beauty of the word freedom and the value of the thing, liberty." In my 20s, thank you. As a young man, I traveled to the former Soviet Union, spent a decade away from America, And I noticed that people from other cultures often had hang-ups about authority. The men from autocratic countries in the Middle East, they were always seemed to be coming up to me sideways and whispering as though they were afraid someone would hear, even if it was something meaningless. They would say, "Listen, my friend, the only good song George Michael ever wrote was Faith." And I'd say, "Why are we whispering?" And they'd say, "I don't know." People who grew up in places with the Queen and their money were class conscious and calibrated what they could say according to who else was at the table. Russians, they were like us. They're expressive and free-spirited and funny, but they're infected with a terrible fatalism, and they freeze around badges and insignias and other symbols of authority as if they have magic power. And over time, I realized I like being an American. For the first time, it's really something to see the American experience through the eyes of foreigners. I did an interview once at a restaurant in Moscow called Scandinavia, and a group of European diplomats was having a conference, and they were complaining about a table of loud Americans, the typical ugly Americans, and they sent a young Swedish waiter over to deal with them. And this poor young man, he leaned over to the biggest and loudest of these finance bros who reminded me of guys who dumped my books in high school, so I wasn't sympathetic. But he leaned over and he said, "If you could keep your voice down, sir." And the American turned and said, "Is that a question?" He said, "You mean be quiet, right?" And the kid said, "Yeah." And so he stood up and he said, "Look, you're over here because a bunch of Belgians over there are too afraid to come over here themselves. You're carrying that like the weight of the world. I can see it. Let it go, man." And now even the diplomats grew spines. They said, "Hey, we're not Belgians." The Americans said, "You're Belgians." And he gave the floor to the kid who said, "Please be quiet." And they gave him a $100 tip, and the kid walked around the rest of the night like he owned the place, and he probably went on to, I don't know. But I realized at that moment there's a little bit of asshole in every American, and that's a good thing. William Blake said, "Always be willing to speak your mind, and a base man will avoid you." And people from other countries have trouble with that concept, but Americans, we're born with it. And by the way, propaganda is the same trick. It's always the same thing as what happened in that restaurant. It's always someone else trying to make you feel bad for their mistakes, for their weakness. Don't go for it. Don't be ground down by it. Our tradition says stand up and give it back, which is why I say that Kerry, Hayden, Cheney, Adam Schiff, Craig Newmark, Reid Hoffman, Pierre Omidyar, and especially that Time editor turned self-appointed censor, Rick Stengel, should be packed into a rocket and launched into the fucking sun. And let's be clear about our language. Madison famously eschewed the word toleration or tolerance when it came to religion, and he insisted on the word freedom or liberty instead, or free exercise. And this became the basis for the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which became the basis for the Bill of Rights. And that's why we don't have toleration of religion. We have freedom of religion. Why we don't have toleration of speech, we have freedom of speech. That's using the right word at the right time. So to the people who are suggesting that there are voices who should be ignored, or people who are suggesting that I'm saying that I'm encouraging mistrust or skepticism or of authority, or that I'm obstructing consensus, I'm not encouraging you to be skeptical of authority. I'm encouraging you to defy authority. That is the right word for this time. And to all those snoops and nosy Parkers sitting in their Homeland Security-funded centers of excellence, telling us day after day we must think as they say and vote as they say, or else we're traitorous, Putin-loving fascists and enablers of dangerous disinformation. Motherfucker, I'm an American. That shit doesn't work on us. And how can you impugn our patriotism when you're sitting in Klaus Schwab's lap apologizing for the First Amendment to a crowd of Europeans? Look in the mirror. We're not the problem. You're the problem. You suck. Thank you.
Matt Taibbi. Matt Taibbi, everybody. That was amazing. Okay, so this is a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, because this is a man who's had the shit kicked out of him for decades over the one thing that many of us ignored: vaccines. Long before COVID, long before anybody was paying attention, he'd take a little camera and he'd go up to Washington, D.C., and he would do something that annoyed the crap out of the FDA, which was he would film the vaccine approval hearings. And what he discovered when all he did was roll his camera, he didn't edit it, he didn't do anything to it. What he discovered is there is no approval hearing. They don't do their jobs. They go there and they rubber stamp whatever it is. And so all these years, I'm a mom, I'm giving birth, I'm giving my kids vaccines, and I never gave a thought to what I was putting in their bodies. And they denied that any vaccine injured existed. They hated Del Bigtree. They hated him. They couldn't stand it because all he did was capture them, document them, supposedly doing their jobs. And they weren't doing their jobs long before COVID. So congratulations to everybody who woke up during COVID. You owe that man, this man who's coming out here in a few moments, you owe him a debt of gratitude, because he was in that fight long before millions of us. They tried to get rid of him every way they could. Every way they could. They have been relentless. And I just want to say, if there are any journalists here today who are going to write that this is a far-right gathering, that anyone here is ultra-right, that anyone here is a conspiracy theorist, I don't know, excuse my French, but you can go fuck yourselves. Not that! Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome to the stage a man who has a very special place in my heart. He is a funny... When you get him on a roll, let me tell you, you want Del Bigtree on a roll, because he is as smart and funny as he is brave. And I hope he's ready. Where are you? Del Bigtree, come on out here. Del Bigtree!
Hello, Washington, D.C. We are so close. Oh, my God. It's right there. You know, when I made Vax, which put me in the middle of this entire crazy experience, a lot of people will credit Vax with having ignited this health movement, medical freedom movement. But the truth is there have been many movies before about vaccines. There have been a lot of doctors talking about it. But every one of them would interview Dr. Andrew Wakefield, And then they would take him out of the movie because he was too controversial. He had dared to question whether the MMR vaccine was somehow connected to autism. And for that, he needed to be censored permanently forever. But I decided when I got involved with that film that he was in the middle of making, Andy, we're not going to hide you. I'm going to put you in the film. It's going to be directed by you. And I'll oversee it. And we'll do what Hollywood does. And we will rock the world. But here's what I knew. I knew they were going to attack us. I knew they were going to censor us. And that was our entire plan. And now I get to say it. I said, they are going to be so angry about this movie that the pharmaceutical industry and all of its power over our government, over our media, they will be so angry that they will make the greatest mistake of their entire lives, and they will attack us on the front papers of every newspaper. And that is the day we will start winning this argument. Up until then, the movement kept hiding from cameras, kept saying, oh, they just chew up our words and make us look like liars, and so we're avoiding the press. I said, no, that stops today. I'm going to get in front of every single camera I can, and I'm going to speak the truth every time I can. And let them try to change my words. Let them try to take out pieces when all I'm going to do is speak truth. And that's all we've done for the last 8 years. And what happened? They kicked Vaxxed out of Tribeca Film Festival, which made it one of the biggest media headlines in the world. I didn't know where the censorship would start. I had kind of hoped I would get to win an award before it happened. But in the end, they kicked us out of Tribeca, and every headline said baby killers. Oh, my God, this movie must be stopped. Nobody should see it. And, of course, for an entire year after that moment, every single theater we went to had a line down the block of people asking, what the hell's going on here? Because in America, when you try to censor a story, we get fucking curious. And so Vaxxed swept the world. Millions and millions and millions of people watched it, and a movement began. Actually, a movement was there, but a movement got fueled. And then I met Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert Kennedy Jr. called me one day and said, Donald Trump wants me to go to the NIH and bring all of our issues around vaccines straight to the NIH. He said, we should probably team up on this because you're really loud and you seem to have a lot of good information. Let's put our information together and let's work as a team. And so in early 2017, I was sitting at the NIH across from Tony Fauci. Didn't really even know who the guy was at that point. And Bobby was sitting across from Francis Collins. And we laid out all of the issues we saw with the vaccine program, all of the lack of testing. We said, you know, is it true that you have not done a single safety trial on any of the childhood vaccines? Said, no, I mean, because honestly, we've looked. We can't find a single double-blind placebo trial of any of the childhood vaccines that are on the market today. Have you ever done that study? And they were kind of quiet, a really long silence. And eventually, Tony Fauci and Francis Collins admitted, we don't do safety trials, placebo trials, because it would be unethical. It would be unethical to test these products that we put into children. It'd be unethical to give it a safety test. And so it's never been done. I've been saying it for 8 years, and everyone on the camera, it's never been done. And every one of these news agencies will say, oh, that's misinformation. Show me a double-blind placebo trial done prior to licensure on any childhood vaccine. You can't do it. No, instead, Instead, you'll call Paul Offit, who makes money off of vaccines, or Peter Hotez, an expert who makes money off of vaccines, that sold this stupid concept to the world. We'll ask the shills to defend their product. So in the end, at the NIH meeting, they said, okay, it'd be unethical to do safety trials. I said, great. Why don't you just do a comparative study then? If that's unethical, let's not put anyone at risk. You're sitting on a database of 10 million people called the VSD, the Vaccine Safety Data Link. Why don't you guys just do, how about this idea? Take all the unvaccinated people, tens of thousands of them, and then compare them to all the vaccinated people and ask some really simple questions. Who has more cancer? Who has more diabetes? Who has more ADD, ADHD? Who has more autism and Tourette's and lupus and leukemia? We are the home of Microsoft. We are the home of Apple. We are now the home of AI technologies. This study of all the databases in the world could be done in one day. Every one of you could have the answers to all of your questions in one day. And the day we asked them to do it, you know what they said? We will never do that study. Why? Do you think it's because they're so sure vaccines are safe? Let me ask you this. Do you really think they haven't done that study? Because a comparative study between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, if they could say to the world, look, the vaccinated are clearly healthier than all the unvaccinated people, here's the evidence. If they could do that, I'm not on this stage. Robert Kennedy's not about to storm your Capitol and take over your regulatory agencies. If they could show you one study like that, don't you think they would? And don't you think they've tried 1,000,000 times to do that study somehow, to fix it, to make the data look like vaccinated people are actually healthy? You know they've done it. You know they studied it just the way they studied the COVID vaccine. And just like Vaxxed, because I knew they would attack. I knew that this movement was growing so big that they were going to have to show you how powerful they think you are, how powerful they think you are, by shutting you down, by shutting you in your home, by taking away your voice, by taking away your ability to share the people you are listening to. They decided to turn into an authoritarian government, to force a vaccine that you watch never get properly safety tested. We knew it was going to happen at the high wire. I knew how they did this game. But then the entire country and the entire world watched the biggest fraud in history happen to them personally. You see, every once in a while, the best thing to do when you're facing a bully is pick a fight. Pick a fight. Get them swinging like lunatics so they make the biggest mistakes they've ever made in their lives, and that's what they've done. They have turned you and millions of people across this country and across the world into an army of truth seekers and truth tellers. They are so panicked right now. Misinformation, malinformation, misinformation. We're going to stop it. They're admitting it to you because they're so desperate and they're so pathetic. Sure, if they could steal this election, they would. But I have news for them. There's too many of us now. We are taking this thing back. We are standing up for our founding fathers that said, you never get to censor us. You don't get to tell us what we can talk about. And yes, Gavin Newsom, we do get to make fun of you and Kamala Harris and whoever else we want. You don't have to laugh. You just have to shut up and get out of our way. Lastly, it's moments like this when we see people coming together from every walk of life that you realize how brilliant this country is. How important ideas are. And how important it is to love your country, to love your children, more, as Bobby Kennedy said, than we hate each other. I was honored for the last 18 months to be the communications director for Robert Kennedy Jr. on his campaign. The most amazing experience of my life, and I wish every one of you could have had that experience. To walk with a man with that level of integrity, who no matter how much they said, go out and give the booyah speech like I would, he's like, Del, I don't do that. I'm not going to try and manipulate energy. I'm just going to tell the people the truth. No matter how much he's attacked by the press or even by his own family, nothing but grace and honor and dignity came out of his mouth about everyone around him. And every time he was asked a question far outside of what we thought he was only caring about, vaccines and health, wars in the Middle East, issues around the world, a knowledge and a depth of knowledge and history that we've never seen in a candidate before. And I walked with him on that journey as the media censored every single step he took. Never interviewed him, never talked to him, never gave him an opportunity to talk to this country. And so when the moment came where we realized you're not going to be led in any of the debates, they're not going to let you speak to all the people enough to be able to be elected, we've got to think about what we're doing now. And I just want to say, I watched Robert Kennedy with the weight of the world, with everyone in his family, and a name like Kennedy, and a Democratic Party, but more importantly, hundreds of thousands of volunteers that had gotten him on the ballot in 50 states, something that had never been accomplished. I want you to think for one moment, everyone that's watching this now, I want you to put yourself in his shoes. My family doesn't want me to do this. The party of my family doesn't want me to do this. And everybody that's worked so hard for a year and a half to put me into a position so that maybe I could win, they don't want me to do this. But I sat in the room as I watched his heart, and you heard him when he said it. I've only got 10 more years. This is the most important moment I've ever been in. And when Donald Trump made that call and said, Bobby, I want you to help me clean this system up. I want you to help me make America healthy again. I want you to help me stop them from poisoning our kids anymore. Bobby put it all aside and said, I'm here, I'm present, I'm accounted for. And now America, let's follow them to the promised land. Let's follow them back to our own power. Because in the end, we have to trust somebody. We have to trust the people that have been telling us the truth, the ones that have never censored us, and the ones that stand for freedom. Freedom! 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 Tell everyone you know. That's what's happening in 35 days.
Delbrick Tree, ladies and gentlemen! Okay, they let Matt Taibbi talk for 30 minutes and they told me keep your 1-minute intro short. Come on! Okay, you don't need to hear from me because you all know this guy. He's amazing, and today is a very special day for this young man because he is launching his solo career right now, right here in this historic moment. Deepak, ladies and gentlemen. A man who's best known for his music, but is also a philosopher and a thought leader. And what he is launching today, he's got his two guys at his side, Johnny Twilight and Spirit. He's going to tell you more about them. But they are launching Plandemic the Musical and Team Humanity, which is the community of people that he is building he does some crazy things, okay? He doesn't eat meat. And he fixes his own body. You're going to show them those moves you showed me last night? Okay. I hand it over to Deepak, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the show.
How you guys doing out there? Make some noise. Rescue the Republic for being here. That's right. Been behind the scenes for a minute, making music stuff for Disney. Did Rihanna, performed all over the world, had a couple record deals with bands. But then I realized the calling is here. The calling is deep to step up, to step beyond, to get it going. Is there some kind of buzz going on right now? Hold on one second. There's a bit of a noise here. Is it all good? Okay, cool. It's in my headphones. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I'm glad to be here. I'm launching my solo career officially today as Deepak, D-P-A-K, Deepak World. In front of you all, we got teamhumanity.world. We're going to sing you some songs, and let's take it from there. Let's go. Thank you. One second, we're figuring out a little kink here. Sorry, guys. I'll talk in the meantime just for another quick second. So, yeah, that's right. I want to quickly announce this. So we got Plandemic the Musical coming out, by the way, on October 10th. Plandemicthemusical.com. You can sign up, find out where it's screening. There's a world premiere happening, Plandemic.com. It's going to be on London Reel on 10/10. Massive watch party. Spread the word. It's going to be happening. Mickey Willis, my hero, my musical director, the director of the film, and we all worked together, and we made this awesome film. It's so exciting. I wanted to share that with you. And while we're on everything, I wanted to talk just for a quick second while they're fixing this tech thing, and then we'll get these songs popping up for you guys. So the main message I wanted to share with you while we're solving this is about self-empowerment. You know, we've got a whole thing happening right now, and the only reason that we're in this place in this world right now is because a lot of us as a people have been outsourcing our power to other individuals, to other systems that don't have our best interests at heart. So we can wait all day for the system to heal us. We can wait all day for the system to make us get healthy. But if we're waiting, we're going to be waiting a long time. It's really up to us to make a decision right here, right now. Like, we can be healthy. You guys realize we can be healthy right now, right? We can choose what we eat. We can choose what we buy, what we vote for with our dollar. We have the empowerment. We have the choice to do that right now. So we got to recognize that the only thing that can hurt us is stress. And we can reduce our stress also right now. Reduce our cortisol, which is actually creating disease in our body, creating acidosis. We can raise our cortisol, we can lower our cortisol and raise our serotonin and increase the infinite possibilities of our lives, literally with basic things like breath work, meditation, learning all about... All good? Yeah, sorry. We can learn so much just about what we can do on our own and learn how to literally step up our game, step up our power, and be united as one people. You guys all feel that? Okay, awesome. Just working out a little kink here. I got funny things going on in my headphones, so sorry about that. Yeah. Take this out. Okay. So I wanted to say a couple more quick things. The one thing that we can do as a people is recognize that we're sitting in codependency with systems outside of ourselves, once again, outsourcing our power to other authorities, again, that don't have our best interests. So the best thing we can do is take the power back with every choice that we make. Take the power back with every move that we do, with all of our choices, with all of our food, with all of our relationships, and not be waiting for some hero to save us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones we've been waiting for. And so let's make that happen. Let's do this. Are we good? This one came out, by the way. This came out. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's all part of it. And guess what? It's all perfect. How's that? How's that? Okay, all right, we can do this. That was my stalling talk about nothing for like a minute thing. Here we go. Let's rock. Yep. Let's get that reverb going in the vocals, please. We can all see you bleeding for freedom. Don't you see where it's leading? Haven't you had enough? Don't wanna see another battlefield for a chosen son. Another bed of ashes for the missing ones who came to God's corner with a loaded gun. Was it for nothing? And now it's up to you to tame my wild heart in a holy band. And now you hear it sinking to your bones. It's not the real thing, let it go. It's not the real thing, don't you know? It's not the real thing, let it go. It's not the real thing, let it go. When you find it, don't deny it, 'cause it's always been your story. Turn and face it, can you make it? Take a chance now, this is who we are. Get that track back there? This is who we are. All right, everybody, let's do this. Spirit, everybody.
Renaissance is upon us. It's nothing you can do about it. Disable the dislikes, disable the comments. Our community guidelines, that's called being honest. I heard it couldn't take me out, so they took me out of context.
Afraid of the unafraid. Messing with us was a big mistake. We're stopping the wars and we're stopping the pain. Get out of the way, we got some people to save. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. Yeah, I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them. Sing it. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. Yeah. I think it's time we remind them.
Yeah. Put your hands together. This song is from Plandemic the Musical right here.
Now we know we've always been free. Love each other even if we disagree. It's all inside, shine the light and sing. Let the freedom ring. Freedom! Now we know we've always been free. Love each other even if we disagree. It's all inside, shine the light and sing. Let the freedom ring. Yeah! Let the freedom ring. Let the freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Everybody. Gonna let that freedom ring. Let the freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. That freedom ring. Let the freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Let the freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Gonna let that freedom ring. Let the freedom ring.
Thank you. All right, you guys, we got one more song for you guys. Before that, I just wanted to make that final announcement. If you have your phones with you right now, grab your phones if you could. I would love you all to take a picture and tag us. We're having a contest to give away. We're doing a giveaway. So grab your phones if you could. Take a picture of everything and tag us anywhere you can find us on Deepak World on social media. You can do it on Instagram, do it on X. This is the last song right here. We're going to do it right now. Here we go. Together we rise. Pop the track. Let's go. This song's coming out on October 17th. TeamHumanity.world. Rise up from the ashes. Rise up from the flames. See through the lies that feed the fires that we create. Come out from the shadows. Come out in plain sight. Nothing to lose, it's time to move into the light. Together, united, deny it, or fight it, no more hiding anymore. The story, we write it, or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Oh. Thank you all so much, everybody. Now we're fighting for the lives of our sons and daughters. It's the war we're gonna lose if we divide ourselves apart. Yeah, it's time to rip the veil that covers everything. The talking heads that wanna make us blind. And when we strike back, we shoot love into the sky. United, deny it, or fight it, no more hiding anymore. Our story, we write it, or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up. Together we will rise up. Together we will rise. We wait any longer. It's our time, yeah. It's our time. Woo!
Can't wait any longer. It's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time.
Thank you all so much, everybody. Appreciate you. Check out teamhumanity.world to find that song. Thank you. Love you guys so much. Peace.
Can you go to that website? Can you go to that website?
What is it?
Teamhumanity.org.
Sorry. Okay, everybody, for our next speaker, she's apparently more dangerous than Osama bin Laden, according to who those people, the SPLC, that now keeps lists of domestic violent extremists. I don't want to scare anybody, but this individual is apparently shaking the foundations of the nation, shattering the democracy, and bringing the republic to its knees for the crime of documenting books that are in our children's schools, books that teach young boys how to pleasure older men, books that tell kids how to kill themselves, books that tell kids how to shoot up a school. These are the crimes that Moms for Liberty are guilty of exposing. And instead of going after the people putting that nonsense in our schools, they go after the mothers and the fathers who care about what's happening to our children. It's called grooming, ladies and gentlemen. It's called grooming and training. I'm listed. I made one speech at a Moms for Liberty event, and I am now listed as a domestic violent extremist. So, along with our next speaker, Tiffany Justice. Tiffany, come out here on stage. She's smart, she's brave, she's beautiful, and 60 Minutes didn't have the balls to print anything she read to them.
Hello. I am so excited and honored to be here with all of you today. I am a mom of 4, and in 2016, I decided that I was going to run for school board in my local community. And I saw behind the education curtain, and then COVID happened, and everyone saw behind the education curtain. We saw the fact that our children were being indoctrinated in school, not educated, and I'm here to ring the alarm that only a third of kids in America right now are reading on grade level. That is atrocious. We spend over $840 billion a year on public education in America, and it is going to take all of us getting involved and having our voices heard to make change happen. Thank you. When I was on school board, the superintendent wanted to create a medical committee. He wanted to pick some doctors who were going to make recommendations for us on our children. And I looked at him and I told him that we do not co-parent with the government. In the busiest time of our lives, moms and dads didn't realize that we were going to have to get involved in our government. It was somebody else that ran for office. But we saw during COVID that politics matter because policies matter because people matter. And there were really bad policies that were hurting our families. And so we had to get involved. Moms and dads, you need to step up. You need to run for office. You need to figure out how you're going to support other people to run for office. Your vote matters. Your voice matters. President Trump stands for parental rights. He knows that parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. That includes their education, their medical care, their morality, their religion. Parents are the #1 driver of student success. Stand up for our children. Stand up for our country. Your voice and your vote matters. Do not throw it away. We've got a chance to save America and remind the federal government that we do not co-parent with them. Thank you.
Good job, Tiffany. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is truly a lovely woman. She's beautiful inside and out. She's also unbelievably smart. She's an evolutionary biologist who spent a long time studying things most of us have never heard of. She has written a New York Times bestseller. She's a scientist and a storyteller. And she also happens to be the co-host of an extraordinary podcast with the extraordinary Brett Weinstein. I try to find out who is boss in the house, but they're so nice they say that it doesn't work like that in their house. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Dr. Heather Heying.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Here. You are here. Born in remarkable times in a remarkable country. This is the time and place where you exist, and it is your sacred duty to embrace reality and choose between abdication of your rights and duties and engagement. And you have chosen engagement. You are here. Each of you an improbable creature on an improbable planet in an improbable cosmos. We humans have the longest childhoods on the planet. And this is not happenstance. It is not luck. Dragonflies don't have childhoods. They have nothing to learn. It's all hardwired in. Mice have a little bit to learn, but not that much. Crows, though, crows and elephants and great apes like us and dolphins and wolves, we have a lot to learn. We all need to learn to be what we're going